Good morning. This is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. President William Ruto was on Sunday struck with a flying shoe while addressing a crowd in Kuria as he began his three-day tour of Migori County. While delivering his speech to a large audience, a black shoe was seen flying from the crowd, directly targeting him. President Ruto swiftly blocked the shoe with his left hand, which then flew over his head and landed behind him. At the time of the incident, President Ruto was discussing the need to lower the cost of living and was forced to cut his speech short.
Kwanza tupunguze gharama. Ngojea. Tulisema tupunguze gharama ya mbolea. Ni kweli ama si kweli? Si tulisema tupunguze gharama ya mbolea? Hiyo ngojea, wachana nao wananchi.
Police have arrested 3 individuals suspected of throwing the shoe as investigations into the incident continue. Shoe throwing incidents are not new in Migori. In 2014, former President Uhuru Kenyatta was also hit by a shoe at a rally held at Migori Primary School. President William Ruto has emphasized the need for national unity as he continues with his tour in Migori County. Ruto, who spoke during an interdenominational church service in the county, defended his political partnership agreement with ODM leader Raila Odinga, signed in March, saying no party is being undermined. President Ruto insisted that his broad-based government is aimed at uniting all Kenyans.
Kenya hii haihitaji migawanyiko, haihitaji ukabila, haihitaji chuki. Ni tuwaunganishe wananchi wa Kenya, na Mungu ametupatia nafasi ya kipekee katika serikali hii ya broad based, serikali ya mapana na marefu, ya kuhakikisha ya kwamba hakuna sehemu ya Kenya inawachwa nyuma, na tumekubaliana ya kwamba mambo ya maendeleo ni haki ya kila sehemu ya Kenya, na ndio sababu hiyo tumekubaliana ya kwamba there must be equity in the sharing of the resources of the Republic of Kenya.
Police have arrested 4 suspects in connection with the murder of Kasipul MP Charles Were. The officers believe some of the suspects are members of organized criminal gangs such as Mujahideen, which has been linked to armed robberies in the Eastlands, Nairobi. The suspects were apprehended in Eastlands in a Saturday night operation led by a technical team from the Operational Support Unit at the Directorate of Criminal Investigations headquarters. One of the suspects was found hiding in an apartment near the United States International University, where police also recovered the gateway vehicle used in the crime. In a separate arrest in Dandora, officers recovered 2 motorcycles believed to have been used to trail the MP before the fatal shooting. This even comes as President William Ruto, who spoke in Suna East on Sunday, assured Kenyans that justice would be served.
Wale waliofanya jambo hilo na kumuua huyo mjumbe, we will get them. They will not succeed. They will have nowhere to hide. We will go after them, and we will go after their collaborators mpaka tuhakikisha kwamba kitendo kama hicho hakifanyiki tena katika taifa letu la Kenya.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has vowed to retaliate against the Houthis after a missile fired by the group struck the grounds of Israel's main airport. In a video posted on social media, Netanyahu threatened strikes, saying, and I quote, "We attacked in the past, we will attack in the future." The missile fired from Yemen by the Iran-backed group landed near the main terminal of Ben Gurion Airport on Sunday morning, Israeli authorities said. 4 people were injured by the blast, with another 2 injured on their way to a shelter, Israeli media reported, citing emergency services. None were seriously hurt. That's the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
.5 SpiceFM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people, and we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing politics of conmanship, and even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going...
Statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Traffic.
It's Monday, and let's take a look at what's happening through the city today. When it comes to traffic, it looks like it's going to be a busy one. I was getting into week 2 of May. Second week, full week of May. It looks like a little bit of movement already started coming in on the Thika Superhighway, but it's right to that Pangani underpass. We'll wait and see what happens as we come through the morning. Also, most parts of the city look like they're opening up. You'll get where you're going without a problem. If you're coming off of Ombaso Road, heading out towards Capital Centre, looks good for now. The Eastern Bypass, not a clog up, at least not for now, and we're seeing that it's moving along just fine. Nothing happening coming off of the Southern Bypass, so you're good out of the city and then into the CBD as well. So it's all to watch out for as we get into Monday proper. We'll keep an eye on all of this, and we'll talk on SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It's the 5th of May. Yesterday we would have said, May the 4th be with you. Good morning. And here we are on this morning when things happened and things flew from the sky. But we are here all the same. Dennis, good morning.
Good morning, Ndu. How are you?
Miniko salama.
Hata miniko salama.
Uko salama?
Kabisa.
Ulilala vizuri?
Yes, nashukuru sana.
How was your weekend?
My weekend was easy, chilled. I was just spent in the house. I had a dentist appointment yesterday, but yeah.
People go to the dentist on Sunday?
Yeah.
Dentist open on Sunday?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Did they remove anything?
No.
You're one of those people who just goes to check and make sure that your smile is okay?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. It's good to have a...
It's true. It's true.
A white smile, yeah.
Okay. I do on every year in June, so okay. Me who is talking here.
Oh, June. Simbali.
No, it's just next month. So that's good.
25 days. December 26.
Something like that. Yeah.
How was your weekend?
My weekend was all right. Just getting into just doing nothing, so that was great.
Okay.
Yeah, sometimes it's good to do.
Welcome to the new week.
Yeah, it's Asante, and things happen over the weekend as they normally do.
Yep.
And getting us into conversations for this week. Our man CT is under the weather today, so wishing him a full recovery as he gets, out of that little rut. But he will be okay, and he sends his greetings, Nasalamu, greetings and salams. From CT this morning. Kenya's biggest conversation, the Situation Room, starts now. Getting into it at 11 minutes after 6 o'clock, and quite a number of things that we're going to get into today. It would appear as though people are still not at peace, ne? And a number of things that we need to then look into, and we're going to be doing that today. So, you're going to share CT's proverb with us.
Okay.
How about just, throwing you under the bus? So, you have a little time to prepare for that. A number of conversations that we're going to have today. Hope you guys are getting into the month of May, doing well. And even as we do, live streams are up. Yes, they are. YouTube, Facebook, and X. Getting into our conversation today, soon to be joined by our audience on KTN. So, karibu sana kila mtu. Let me tell you some of the conversations that we'll be having today, even as we get into things proper. Sawa sawa. Number one, at 7 a.m., Dr. Barak Muluka has actually penned a piece in the Standard today. And he's talked about, certain things and how they've come to be, how Raila's relatives' fortunes changed after the handshake with William Ruto. He's going to be here with us in the studio at 7 o'clock. He's going to be talking about the growing circle of advisors and what the end game is. We know that he said just the other day that we're going to cut down to I don't know what number. And the question was, why do you have so many in the first place? Who's advising on whom and what? So he'll join us for that conversation at 7 a.m. And then at 8 o'clock, we will be speaking with the Jubilee Secretary General, Jeremiah Kioni. Political regrouping, a vision for a better Kenya. We saw the pictures. We saw people standing on the steps. We heard the declarations that were made. We saw, what would say were mammoth crowds in Kisii and Nyamira last weekend. What does that all mean? And everybody's coming together and saying, well, we are the new face of leadership in Kenya, plus this person. So what does it all mean? Jeremiah Kioni comes in, and perhaps he'll tell us where they stand. A better vision for Kenya? Well, let's see. And finally, at 9 a.m., Blood Parliament is a documentary that was aired by the BBC last week. People got into a whole rigmarole about should it have been aired? Is the BBC undermining Kenya's sovereignty? Are we having blah blah? But guess what? People died, and families are still mourning the deaths of their loved ones. People still don't know where their children are as a result of the protests that took place in June last year. So whether we want to talk about who can do what and people died.
Yes. And
the victims will join us at 9 a.m. Justina Onyango is the mother of Kennedy Onyango, who was shot dead during the anti-finance bill demos in 2024. Sevelina Muhaki is a former street urchin, and she's fighting for the rights of street families. We're looking at the pain of the victims, and we're not going to stop. We also saw over the weekend that Brian Odhiambo suspected killers, or those who may have taken him, have now been arrested. And it took an inquiry. It was 30 days, and some people have a case to answer, is what the results of the inquiry have said. We'll look at details of that. Justice, no matter how slow it grinds, it will grind.
Yes.
And these are some of the things that we'll be talking about at 9 o'clock today. So that forms the basis of our Monday conversations, opening up the week and getting into the second week of May. Karibuni sana kila mtu. And even as we see you trickling into the room today, we'll say a big hello to you. So tell us where you're tuned in from as we get into the Situation Room for this morning. But we're in a new country this week, and we'll hear what the proverb is. Dennis is going to share that with us, yes?
Yeah, our proverbs today come from the from Tunisia, and just a little bit about Tunisia. Now, Tunisia, officially, the Republic of Tunisia is a country in the Maghreb region of North Africa. Some of the things that it is well known for is its architecture and the souks. You know, souks.
Beautiful.
Yes,
the markets.
The markets, well known for that. And our proverb today goes like this: he who sleeps with frogs becomes a croaker. He who sleeps with frogs becomes a croaker.
You become essentially where you associate with.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Show me your friends.
I'll show you who you are. Birds
you
of
are.
a feather flock together kind of thing.
Yes.
C'est ça? Very interesting. It'll be interesting to see what folks have to say about that today, because indeed it is true. Do you eventually take on the persona of, the folks that you hang around with, and you start to speak the same language? You start to say the same things? I mean, you can apply this across board, whether you want to apply it community-wise, politically. It is true.
It is true.
You'll start to croak soon enough.
And how a simple action would just take away the good name you've always had, or a simple action would actually make you be a better person before the society. So
absolutely. Sawa sawa, wacha tuwasalimia watu, because I can see that we are many in the room this morning. Karibu sana. It is a travesty. Ednah,
Your Highness.
good morning, or I beg. Don't be angry. How are you? You know, everybody has to know that you're fine. If they don't know that you're fine, the show cannot go on. The shoe cannot go on without you.
Why should it?
Why should it? You should. I'm telling you, there's so much we can do. Why should it? You should. Watch it, Salimia Watu Basi. Don Sabo, we see you. I knew you were going to start off with this. How are you, Ndu, City and Dennis? Well, City is not feeling so well, so, prayers up for him. But he will be back, I'm telling you. Ndu, ask Dennis, was it a shoe or slippers in Migori flying objects? You people of Migori. Hostile in Malawi, we say, Waudani. Was it a shoe or slipper? It was a shoe.
Based off what I've seen, it looked like a shoe.
Look, just because Dennis is from Migori, doesn't mean that he's a shoe thrower. It could have been a bass. It could have been a fish.
I'm a shoe wearer.
A shoe wearer, not a shoe thrower.
Exactly.
It's not everybody from Migori who's a shoe thrower.
Migori,
I'm joking.
But there's a lot to say about that.
There's a lot to say, which we shall get into it. My goodness. He wouldn't be the first president at whom a shoe was thrown.
Yeah, actually,
we will look at the history of shoe throwers.
Migori would be the second, because I remember Uhuru Kenyatta was equally.
In Kenya, Uhuru Kenyatta
in Migori
was shooed at.
Was shooed at in Migori.
George W. Bush was shooed at. Yes, quite a number we see around the world.
Yeah, so, and in the Arabic world, a shoe means disdain. Like
yes, it does. Yeah, you if you throw your shoe at somebody, actually, it's a thing of I'm telling you, I don't like you. Essentially, where? See what wameona vitu. Mambo. What did I want to say? I can't remember, but I'll come back to that at some point. Bonjour to Agola, we see you. Bonjour to Hilary Ogato says, good morning from the land of kangaroos. Now shoe game ya Migori iko juu. Nakwambia, let me tell you, the next child that's going to be born will be called Shu Anyango. Okay, I should stop. Nyadi Chukunzira says, good morning, Princess Ndu, Jadwong City, and Bazoo. Aseto, what is Bazoo?
Bazoo, like big boy.
Oh, yeah. Do you accept?
I accept.
Oh, so good morning, Team Spice, says Jimmy Gakio. Kelvin Kaburu is tuned in this morning and says, Kawa Sukari tuko ndani, nichezwe ukiza kiatu. Yani, you guys. Uliza Kiatu, says Jimmy. Joseph Mokua says, good morning, the situation from Nyamira County tuned in. You people in Nyamira showed up a good one. Engineer Karaoke says, Ndu City, Dennis Mkwaje, I heard you are now serving shoes. Chapati zimeisha. Where? Iko happy your chapati machine?
Yeah.
Huh? You guys, no, seriously. Me, by the way, I have to admit, for the first time to everybody here, my favorite Kenyan delicacy is actually chapatis.
My favorite Kenyan delicacy is chapati as well.
Is it really? Yeah. Oh, see, there you go. We have something in common. We have something in common. That's the kind of music that we play on Spice. Bas. Okay. Erica Ward says, good morning, guys. Have a surefire day, says Jimmy Munuthi. Angor, Chamgay, my beautiful people. Greetings from the beautiful city of Nairobi. Good morning to you. Eliana Yabesh says, enough said. Sindio, Nyadi says, did you know that Aseto is from Migori? Yes, I did. He's a Migorian. I knew. Trust assist me. Margaret Wanjohi says, good morning, my countrymen and women and our friends of SpiceFM Situation Room from Houston, Texas. Happy New Week to you, my dear Margaret. Robert Mbogo is tuning from Mombasa. Giorgio Duori says, apparently shoe game is synonymous with Migori. Is it true? Is it true?
It is.
Okay, we don't know, but we'll go with it. Thank you, my darling. All right. Joseph Odindo says, good morning. Tuned in, Ndu, CT, and Dennis. We decided to follow USA as we've become a shoe missile nation. I'm telling you, you follow examples. Again, it's not the first time in the world it's been done. Good morning from Doha. Greetings to you, Bernardito. The National Assembly Speaker Wetangula calls us hopeless villagers by discussing the finance. But can you imagine? Can you call somebody hopeless villagers? Monica Oile says, we need BBC to get the shoe man. I'm sure they will not be stage managed. Actually, you could actually use them, the piece that footage together. We also saw that some people were arrested after that yesterday.
Yes,
of course. JB Mutua says, good morning. Hope you all had a wonderful and restful weekend. Tuned in from New Jersey. CT, watch out for flying shoes. I know perhaps that's what has him under the weather today. Good morning, blessed ones. Good morning, King Dave. May the new month of May bring success to all. Amen. We sympathize with Kiatu Natuna. Move on. Yeah, quickly. Move on. My prince, good morning. Space Agency in April said something will fall from the skies. Actually, they did tell us.
Yo, debris from the sky?
Something will fall from the sky, and there we see it. Good one, my prince. Hisa Daniel, Jambo, Kenya, Salamu kutoka Atiak in Uganda. Good morning, Spice team. Ndu, suppose I borrow a loan. This is Douglas Kibagong, and he says, suppose I borrow a loan of 10 trillion shillings at a rate of 12%. What will be the cost of the loan per year? Next time, ask ODS Debt that question. Well, all you need to do is take 10 trillion and multiply it by 12, divide by 100, and that's what you know what you'll be paying over and above. First of all, also depending on your agreement, then you know what you'll be paying.
Dollar exchange and all that. So
all of those things come into play. Robinson Kisero is tuned in this morning and says, the fear is gone. Indeed it is. And now we are slowly deep into anarchy. Even the president wasn't feared. Politicians should know that they are ruling people and not animals. Josh and Tayaya says, good morning, Team Spice. Shoelization way. I know everybody's going to be talking about it today. Good morning, great team, says Yamo. We go again this month and week. Indeed we do. Dr. Venvik is tuning from Tudor, Mombasa. And Dinas Tewelewa says, I'm now wearing my shoe. Who is wearing his? Good morning, Team Spice. Ednah Bwakire. Muno.
We are.
Robinson, we see you. Georgia Demo says, good morning, Spice. Listening in from Rongo. Kevin Omondi is tuned in and says, listening in from County 48, which we call Doha. How many Kenyans in Doha? And Mutuflani says, good morning. Question. What did Officer CT say when he found the suspect's cannabis stashed in the corner pages of the dailies? Answer. Bang in the middle of the paper. Mutuflani, oh my goodness, you make me happy. Okay, so where? Raimshula Omar says good morning from Colchester. Simon Kibiru says good morning. Esther Wamboy is here. Our defender is tuned into Team Spice. Some dude got a flying shoe, says Chris Murray. Yes, it did. It happened. The shoe is on the news today. Christina A says good morning. Sema Zakayo Shuka. Wait. Michael Olande says good morning. Hesbon today says good morning. He's tuned in from Mountain View. Do that hot pink color of yours is hot. It's red. Is it red? It's not red. It's red. It's red. Chris Morris says good morning. Matiangi and Wamunyoro are going nowhere. Not now with their alleged known backgrounds. Really? When did that ever stop anybody? Perhaps it should. Kao Nyambura and Atupenda Sana. Ekeno Akwam is also tuned in. Elias Nducha says good morning. Charles Ndieka, Nahashon, Pam Media. You know what I love? That I'm seeing so many people who are coming into the room this morning that we've not seen so often. So it's glad to have you here on a Monday morning, kicking off the show properly. George Okoh, Vincent Kibet, Isaac Tuwei, Casper Kiwo, Rogers Lai, we see you. Good morning. Sabalheri Nyote. Willie Kitala says good morning. Dennis, kindly DM me the lady who bought the newspapers hapo kwa studio. Unaona sasa nyinyi wafisi leo asubuhi. Mark Ting, he says good morning from Uganda. Morioki says good morning, guys. Blessed day to all. And also for folks who are tuned in on Facebook this morning, John Wakimani, we see you, says good morning. George Henry says good morning, tuned in from Ukwala in Ugenya. Samuel Minor Tiger says good morning. Outer Ring Road well represented. Samuel Muche, Jared Matureti says good morning as well. And also tuned in this morning, Kimani Wanjeri, good morning. And Ruth Kimani says, Kamai, somewhere tuned in from Kamai Gatiangani, tuned in this morning. Everybody, karibuni sana sana sana. Always lovely to have you as we get into conversations today. I really love it that we get into this discourse when we do it on socials. We do it when we talk to each other here and there, but being involved in the conversation is very important, that we talk about these things and that we keep them front and center. All right. Because we will not be able to avoid it, how about we look into the headlines? Kenya's bold newspaper, The Standard. Let's start with this one. Our turn to eat. He has long branded himself as the people's champion, right? Baba, the voice of the downtrodden, but time and again, Raila Odinga has turned moments of national crisis into personal political capital with rewards for his inner circle. In his statesmanship, is this statesmanship or strategic self-interest activism? We'll look at the reasons why, because members of his family are splattered across here, essentially saying what he is then able to do. So we'll look into details of that story. The other headline on the front page, Ruto shoe down. A message of simmering anger was relayed to President Ruto through a flying shoe that hit him as he addressed a crowd at his last stop on his first day visit to Migori County. The incident surprised his allies who had mobilized intensely ahead of the visit. They didn't expect that anything like this would ever happen because, they said President is coming, he's coming. So let's see. Kenya Kwanzaa's sweet health promise suffers funding pains. Where? You guys, it doesn't look good with Shashi. Shah. Things are just looking very uninteresting. And that's for sure. 4 arrested over Kasipul MP murder tied to Mujahideen gang. So do you see how fast the police can work over something like this? Yeah. Emotional eulogies and political divides mark tributes to the MP. We did see Homa Bay Governor Gladys Wanga speak very spiritedly about certain things, and so something to look into as well. The opposition says we will send Ruto home in 2027. Not
which opposition? Okay.
Why are you adding me this thing? I beg, give us other headlines and I'll give you the business day.
It's just a good question to ask, because the people who say are in opposition, the same people who are in this government for a very long time. So, I guess politics is just politics. Yeah. The Daily Nation. Scandal of 22 billion shillings youth job projects. Now, we're talking about 4.7 billion shillings enabled by the Ministry of Agriculture and 15.4 billion shillings KYEOP, Ministry of Youth Affairs, and 28 billion shillings Nyota, Ministry of Youth Affairs. Now, it is estimated unemployment rates in Kenya, according to World Bank, and in 2014, we're talking about 2.782, and in 2022, 5.644. Almost doubled the rate of unemployment in the country. And billions have been poured by the government into programs to create jobs for the youth with little to show over the years. Damning audits show some money, which is part of the runaway public debt choking the nation, has been pocketed by ghost beneficiaries as auditors could not track recipients. And as these projects are turned into cash cows, the crisis of unemployment, one of the major grievances that triggered a youth uprising last year, continues to deepen. New West law targeting local manufacturers take effect. Producers had until yesterday to register with the National Environment Management Authority under Kenya's New West law or risk having their products removed from the market. This is all about climate change and what we must do as a country. And couples night out, bathtub murder and attempt to bribe pathologist. The relationship between Mr. Nicholas Koskei and his wife Rhoda Mumbi was blooming, but their marriage had its own share of troubles. Perhaps if they had succeeded in resolving their differences, which included suspicions Mr. Koskei was having an affair, Ms. Mumbi would be alive today.
Oh my God.
And Gachagua hosts Kalonzo, Matiang'i, and Karua, perhaps the opposition you were talking about. Well, after a triumphant reception in Gusiland on Friday, former Interior Cabinet Secretary Fred Matiang'i was among opposition leaders hosted by former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua at his Wamunyoro residence in Mathira yesterday. And Raila Camp's divisions play out in Ruto Tour. The growing split among close allies of ODM party leader Raila Odinga played out in the first leg of the president's 3-day tour of Migori County yesterday. So apart from the incident, there is also the fact that ODM itself is divided with regard to supporting the government. Interesting times to see where ODM stands with regard to the broad-based government.
I'm telling you, I said it from the beginning. Mm-hmm. I said when people started coming to KICC, I said, are you people sure? Are you people sure about this thing that you're doing? Anyway, time will do what?
Time will tell.
Time will
reveal everything.
Very true.
Yeah.
Let me tell you about the Business Daily before we take a break. Betting firms cut winnings payout rates on tax squeeze. Total payouts to gamblers down by 14.87% in 9 months. Companies hand KRA 9.98 billion shillings as excise duty. Where? No Easy Riders bill seeks to end helicopter tax waivers. So that means that wealthy Kenyans and politicians being hit as President William Ruto's administration moves to eliminate tax waivers, which allow cheaper imports of aircraft, including helicopters. So it's not going to be it's going to be a little bit more expensive to bring them in. You know, the way you buy. People can buy a helicopter, just like that.
Question is, we expect that to be an act of parliament, right? It's in the finance bill.
Yeah.
Let's see if it will pass.
Let's see if it actually passes.
Yeah.
One thing that we know might actually come into being is that we are seeing 150 shillings added on packaging papers. Imagine anything that you purchase that comes in a packet. Anything, bread, what?
Everything
you buy, basically, unless everything that you buy that comes packaged, whether it comes in plastic package, paper package, whatever it is, it's going to increase in price very, very soon. I'm just telling you, I think the shillings that have been added in excise duty on that packaging material is 150 shillings.
50 shillings, yeah.
So it's going to be divided, and it's going to the cost at the end of the day is on the end user.
Yes.
So let's just be ready for that.
So I think the only other option is if you want to buy rice, you leave your home with your sufuria, go get it. Yeah, to avoid that tax.
Exactly.
Otherwise, everything you buy today, even if it's a book you're buying from a shop, is always wrapped and packaged.
You carry it in your hand or put it in your bag or whatever it is, because things are gonna go up and not down. Tax holiday for firms investing 3 billion shillings via Nairobi hub. NCBA Group records 266 million shilling gain from buyout of insurer AIG, and secured interbank lending doubles to 69.6 billion shillings. Those are some of the things that we look at in the Business Daily today. Voila. Let's take a break, look at weather, traffic, and then come back and look at some of these stories in detail. I think you want to know this one about, it's our time to eat. Well, we'll share that with you in just a bit. It's our 27 minutes to 7.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
This back to school season, Naivas is your home of deals.
Na tunarudi term 2 in style bila kufinya shopping list, kwa sababu Naivas Kiloko imesort uniforms, lunchbox goodies, stationery na school bags. Kila kitu ya back to school iko under one roof.
Furahia crazy discount na unbeatable daily prizes kufanya back to school iwe shwari. Naivas, kijaze kikapu kibonge, always saving your money every day.
The weather with SpiceFM.
Cloudy conditions in Nairobi. We'll see highs of 23, currently at 17, and it's 15 and sunny. In Nakuru, we'll see highs of 22, and at 16, cloudy. In Nyeri, going to highs of 22, while Eldoret at 14 is cloudy. We'll see highs of 19. It's mostly cloudy at 25 in Mombasa, with highs of 30, while Malindi at 25 is cloudy. It's 19 and cloudy into Kisumu, with highs of 25, while at 16, cloudy in Kakamega, going to highs of 23. It's cloudy at Kampala at 18 and in Dar es Salaam partly sunny at 24. 8 degrees and cloudy in Johannesburg, while cloudy at 26. Mogadishu will see highs of 23. 14 and sunny in Addis Ababa with highs of 21. Lagos is clear at 27, going to highs of 33, while it's raining. I beg your pardon, while it's raining ever so lightly at 23 in Kinshasa with highs of 32. Mostly cloudy at 17 Monday afternoon in Beijing. And it's cloudy this morning at 7 in Paris with 6 degrees and cloudy in London. It's cloudy at 15 Sunday night in New York, coming into Monday, highs of 21.
Spice up your life. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Traffic.
All right, I'm starting to see the business of a Monday morning start. Yes, we are off the thicker superhighway. Traffic is coming in heavy all the way from Githurai. It'll take you past Kasarani through towards Garden City and then out towards Survey. It's doing the thing this morning and has already started hot and heavy. We're seeing traffic on Kiambu Road as well, getting into the CBD. Also, looking into Muthaiga area, coming from Limuru Road all the way in from the Village Market, in from Ruaka. There is traffic that's going to take you through towards Parklands, and some of that will then hive off towards Westlands. Traffic is also starting on Naivasha Road, heading out towards Gong Road, and then we'll see some of that probably spill over into right around Nairobi Funeral Home. So that is already starting. Traffic on Mombasa Road, heading out towards Hilton, coming in from Syokimau, Mlolongo. All of that is starting to build up as well. The Eastern Bypass traffic is starting now. We'll see what happens in about half an hour. We'll talk and let you know. You also let us know what's going on in your neck of the woods. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
And Dennis with you here in the Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. CT under the weather today. He'll be better and be back soon. All right, sharing stories of the headlines. Let's look at this. Okay, so we know that there was a shoe down. Someone threw a shoe at the president of Kenya yesterday. In Migori, where he was, finishing his, first day tour, and his last stop was in Migori yesterday. It wouldn't be the first time that a shoe has been lobbed at a president. Not to say that it's a good thing. It was just interesting that by the time somebody does that, it's a sign of, number one, fed upness. And when I saw the video the first time, I was like, okay, this is fine. But then this conversation was carried on to different circles, of course, to social media and such. And the things like you've said, for example, in the Arab world, we saw when someone took a shoe and threw it at former President George W. Bush. And that was what came out, that this total disrespect for him and what he represented. Essentially, that's what it is. So if we're going to take that and apply it here as well, what are the people of Kenya, when you see things like this, what are the people of Kenya telling you? What are they actually saying? That yes, it is a sign of disrespect. And in some circles, folks said, this went too far in terms of, at least the level of respect when you talk about the lines of authority. On the other hand, folks were saying, well, this is what Kenyans are telling you. The shoe flew towards his face as he addressed the crowd in Kehancha on plans to reduce the cost of living. He reacted by trying to block it with his hands. The president instructed his security team to release the shoe thrower. His speech was briefly interrupted yesterday when a man hurled a shoe at him as he addressed the crowd. The president, who was concluding his speech, inviting other leaders to speak, appeared shocked as the shoe flew towards his face, and he reacted by trying to block it with his hands. The incident occurred during his speech on plans to reduce the cost of living. The incident shocked his allies, who had mobilized residents ahead of the visit and distributed monetary gifts to rally support. They came out beforehand and said, President is coming. Let's
give you motivation.
The president's security team swiftly pursued the suspect, who who was within the large crowd. The man was apprehended, but the president ordered his release. Following the incident, people, including leaders, were pushed further back from where the president was. Earlier, Ruto had launched an affordable housing project in Kihancha. The president is on a 3-day tour visit to the county. UDA Korea Women's leader Bevin Boke condemned the act as unfortunate, apologizing on behalf of the community for the incident. Boke said, "On behalf of the community, I apologize to the president for the misfortune and embarrassing incident. We thank him for the goodies he brought." That last line.
Yeah.
At the start of his tour, Ruto reiterated his commitment to collaboration with ODM, emphasizing that leaders must serve Kenyans equitably. "We all here by God's grace," he said, vowing to pursue the killers of Kasipul MP Charles Ongondo Were and their accomplices. We will leave no stone unturned, he declared. So yeah, that's what we look at. He asked the person to be released. Does it take away from what people are feeling in terms of where Kenya is? We want to talk about economy-wise. We want to talk about other things that are going on.
You see, fine.
Or is it just a shoe and it has no meaning?
I think we have to look beyond just the shoe being thrown at the president. We need to understand that the unspoken, what the people are saying on ground, you know. Whilst I equally condemn the disrespect of the office of the president and also the person, I mean, there are better ways of disagreeing with the president. Throwing a shoe at him, I mean, for me, does not sit well. Personally, it does not sit well because the president is there for 5 years. If you disrespected him, go back to the ballot and just decide not to. There are other better ways of saying no to the president than throwing a shoe at him. You know, whichever way you want to look at it. I on this one, no, I think that one went too far. One went too far.
Yeah, I think there are ways to show your. It's just a difficult situation.
Yes.
You know why it's so difficult? Because sadly, there are too many incidences of Kenyans being, upset, underserved. You know, it's just so difficult. It's condemning, but at the same time, it is so difficult to condemn in the light of what Kenyans have been complaining about for so long, and to see that the reaction later is that people were saying, this is what we are saying.
Yeah.
This is an outward expression of what Kenyans are carrying around. Sadly, but truly, it went far. I do agree that it did. But we can't look away from the expression that Kenyans are showing here.
Yeah, because then again, you have to look at what happened in Migori and tie it together with what Kenyans are saying. And there lies in the message that anyone needs to pick up. Did it go too far? Yes. But what exactly are Kenyans saying? It's the same thing that happened with we sympathize and we move on. Immediately after the MP died, Ongondo Were died, we saw what Kenyans said online, and they picked up on what members of parliament said. So it is a question of Kenyans are speaking, and even the person who threw the shoe was speaking. That is their way of addressing how they feel. So it is all about the leadership of the country to finally sit down and listen.
What did Nairobi Senator Edwin Sifuna say over the weekend as well? He said, look, these people are fed up with us.
Yeah.
Kenyans don't like us as their leaders. Because of the way we act. They don't like us, and that's the truth. We can try to sugarcoat it, we can try to call it something else, we can try to, bask in a particular glory. But the things that you see that Kenyans are telling you, and that's what I keep saying, somebody's telling you something by their actions. You need to believe what it is they are telling you. Or you need to at least take stock of what they are saying. Edwin Sifuna says, why are they treating us like this? Why are they saying the things that we are saying? Because of the way we are behaving. Because of the things that we are doing or not doing. And that is why Kenyans are reacting in the way that they are reacting. Is it not time that we took a speculum to this thing and look at it very closely and say, guys, it's time to shift things.
Time to shift things. Because for a very long time as well, the leadership of the country has been dismissive to how Kenyans are feeling. They have dismissed each and every single thing that Kenyans have been saying. Because even if you go back to why we got to June 25th, 2024, was because what Kenyans were saying was dismissed from the word go. And Kenyans felt as though we have to finally be heard. That is why Kenyans went to parliament, because then they were taking authority back to those they had donated to. Now look at what happened immediately. The president dismissed Kenyans, calling them thugs, calling them hooligans.
Demons.
Calling them demons and treason as individuals, So now extrapolate that, and individuals who equally voted yes on that were happy, celebrating and cheering the president for dismissing the document. Yet Kenyans from the word go had said no to the Finance Bill 2024. So the dismissive idea of the leadership in the country is what is making Kenyans be so pissed off at them, making Kenyans react the way they are. I mean, at the end of the day, listen to what Kenyans are saying.
Yeah. Okay, well, this is going to continue. It will continue. We will hear further condemnations. People will stand on top of vehicles in the next coming days. People will sit, and whatever opportunity it grants them, people will continue talking about it. Yes?
This is the president who was thrown at a shoe. Think of an MCA. Think of a member of parliament. Think of when all these other individuals who are below the president would be going back to their people and the reactions they will face. Because this is the head of state. With all the security and machinery, experienced this. Where it is not in Nairobi, it's not even in Migori town. Kehancha is border Tanzania and Uganda. It is far. I've never been to Kehancha myself. This is what Kenyans from that part of this country are saying. Now imagine the leaders will be going back to their people to ask for votes, to speak to them. What will they experience?
Wow. That's a very good observation in terms of this is the president, and that's the president that you're getting. Where? It's bad.
Yep.
Okay, share next story with us.
So, do we look at our turn to eat?
Go ahead.
All right. He has long branded himself as the people's champion, Baba, the voice of the downtrodden. But time and again, Raila Odinga has turned moments of national crisis into personal political capital and rewards for his inner circle. Is this statesmanship or strategic self-interest activism? Now, Raila Odinga holds no government office but wields power. President's closest ally, Ruto, affirmed himself and a prime minister between 2008 and 2013. Now, Oburu Odinga, who is Raila's eldest brother and Siaya Senator, is the chairperson of the Senate Energy Committee and Raila's trusted emissary. Now, Wemwa Akinyi, Raila's sister, 2024 chairperson of Kenya Maritime and Fisheries Research Institute, and 2023 member Homa Bay County Revenue Board in 2023. Now, Winnie Odinga, who is Raila's daughter, is Raila's last-born daughter, serves as Yala MP and was nominated by ODM and endorsed by Parliament. Oburu's son, who is Jauko Oburu, currently serves as President Ruto's Advisory Economic Affairs and served as Road CEC during Governor Cornel Rasanga. History is going to judge you fairly for what you have done to this nation. I will make sure you have respect in Kenya. You are an elder, and the contribution you made deserves respect, and that's the relationship I have built today. That is President William Ruto on March 27th, 2025. Pretty much, it's all about Raila taking advantage of situations in the country, and in retrospect, his inner circle gets to benefit from decisions and the deals that he cuts whenever there is a political turmoil in the country.
But that's the thing. But the evidence is kind of stacked against him, isn't it?
Yes.
Because your whole family, more or less, is in the thing, and then you were able to negotiate. So then many would ask, okay, so if you don't get the presidency, then are you able to wield the political power that you actually do have to then get positions for yourself and your people? It has to be asked, the question.
Yeah, the question is being asked because then at the end of the day, one also asks, even when you cut these deals, why does it appear as though the people who get to benefit, first of all, is your family members and your close allies? Because look at the appointments that take place in government. Raila's daughter, Iyala, Oburu's son, president's advisor, Raila's sister, another position in the government. And one begs the question, is it a family affair? Are we pushing nepotism in the country? Is that where we are as a country? And Raila Odinga, you have fashioned yourself as being mtetezi wa watu, the one who speaks for the people. But when it comes to sharing, it seems as though it's just
you
your home, your fences, 4 walls.
Well, you have to unpack it. You have to ask the question because that's what it looks like, isn't it? Yeah. Well, so there's a job scam. You want to call it things. Look. Even if you put lipstick on a pig is a what?
It's a pig.
A pig is a pig.
It's just a pig with a lipstick.
Scandal of 22 billion shillings youth job project. That's on the front page of The Nation. We did see Labour CS. Why do I forget his first name?
Alfred Mutua.
Thank you very much. Alfred Mutua address folks. What irked me about his address was that he didn't talk about who was scamming people. Yep. He basically said, if you have paid and you've not gone, we can refund you. That's what he said. As opposed to, we know the people who took your money and then did not give you the requisite job thereafter. He didn't deal with that at all. He just said, if you have given money and you have not gone yet, your things are still in order. But should you wish to have your money back, we can give you back your money without addressing the issue of the scam. But the scam is there. And how do I know? Look, let me tell you. Billions have been poured by the government into programs to create jobs for the youth with little to show over the years. Damning audits show some money, which is part of the runaway public debt choking the nation, has been pocketed by ghost beneficiaries as auditors could not track recipients. And as those projects were turned into cash cows, the crisis of unemployment, one of the major grievances that triggered a youth uprising last year, continues to deepen. It's carried on page 4 and 5, but let me give you some numbers. 4.7 billion shillings enable, that was a job something under the Ministry of Agriculture. KYEOP, KEOP, under the Ministry of Youth Affairs, 15.4 billion. 28 billion, Nyota, under the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And we're looking at numbers rising from 2.782% in 2014 to 5.644%. That is the estimated unemployment rate in Kenya, according to the World Bank. Now, as we look at this story, page 4 or 5, this latest one under the Ministry of Labour, where people were paying between 15 and 55,000 shillings, is the latest one. Now, when you do this, and whether you register with the with NAIR and you see the requisite agent, normally they tell you, okay, there is a fee. The fee you pay is then supposed to facilitate your visa, your, all those things, your air ticket, whatever the case may be. Soon after, you find that you've paid the money and the thing is not coming.
Nothing is moving.
Now, let me ask you, if many people paid this money, let's even say there were 1,000, because we know there were more. Let's say there were 1,000 paying 50,000 shillings. That's a lot of money, first of all. Then you would expect that after they've paid this money, somebody's going to say, good morning, Dennis. This is Ndu from whatever agency. Thank you for your payment. We have recognized ABCD. We'd like to invite you for a meeting so that we can go through the details.
Yes.
You come to Nairobi from Migori, isn't it?
Yes.
You come to Nairobi, we sit, we say, okay, this is your...
Kehancha, okay.
The one for Shuth Road. Yeah. So you come, we sit, and then we say, give me your details, you give me your passport, your pictures, your everything, and we say, okay, we'll be processing your visa. You expect that after some time, Ndu will call you back and say, actually, or you go into the portal, whatever, you've logged in, you've done your applications, you've finished, you've paid, you have a receipt.
Yes.
After some time, Ndu's going to call you and tell you, Dennis, it is ready. Then you say, okay, thank you very much. Do I need to travel back, or can I just stay in Nairobi? Because you've prepared yourself for travel. Because I've also shown you the document from the hiring authority that you will be working with. You have a contract, you sign it. Yeah? Yes. If there's any other money that you should pay me to facilitate your air ticket, blah, blah, then I should tell you in advance. And then you say, okay, yes, let me rustle that up together. Let me get it. Let me bring and pay. So by the time you do all of that, then I tell you it will take 30 days. 30 days between now and then. Prepare yourself for travel, etc., etc. Okay. 30 days pass. Crickets. 60 days now have passed.
Yes.
Nada. You try to call Ndu. Tururu. This has happened to 1,000 people.
Yes.
Is there another word to call it except for scam?
It is a scam. It is a scam because...
Is there something else to call it?
Even in the event where your visa is denied, they let you know. we have denied you visa. You might not be given reasons why, but they will let you know you've been denied visa. If you go for a job application and you have not gotten the job, they tell you have not gotten the job, right? Here's a situation where you've gone through all the processes. You've paid for what it is you've paid for. You've been promised a job. You've been told to wait for 30 days. If it fails to happen after 60 days and I'm calling you and you are mteja, there's no other way. It is a scam.
So, if it is under the Ministry of Labour that was pushing this particular one, and I have been scammed, is it not the Ministry of Labour that has scammed me?
It is.
Okay.
And you need to take it even further.
1 + 1 = 2, Abi?
2, not 11.
Okay, thanks.
Yes, and it's the Ministry of Labour. And let's even take it further. It is the government of Kenya that is scamming its people. No other way to put it. Because these are the people who you came out with promises. You have let them down. You have taken their monies. Now, it is not a question of we will refund you. It is a question of explaining to me what happened. Those who've taken my money, I need to see them in the docks. I need to see them serve time. I need justice. Because the time wasted can never be recovered.
Well, there are problems. Yeah? Already things are bad. Look at unemployment in the country. Look at things that people are already complaining about, leadership, etc., etc. Then on top of that, the same... Look... Please give us another story.
Yes, let's go to page 6. Gachagua, opposition leaders vow to make Ruto one-term president. And former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua yesterday hosted key political figures at his Munyoro home, where they declared that they will unite to send President William Ruto home in 2027 elections. People's Liberation Party leader Martha Karua, her counterparts Eugene Wamalwa of DAP-K, Kalonzo Musyoka of Wiper, and former Interior Cabinet Secretary Fred Matiang'i said they were willing to sacrifice their ambitions and have one candidate to face Dr. Ruto. Also present were former ministers Justin Muturi and Mithika Linturi, Senators Richard Onyonka of Kisii, Karungo Watango of Kiambu, John Methu of Nyandarua, and Kamau Murango of Kirinyaga, as well as MPs and MCAs from the Mount Kenya, Ukambani, and Kisii regions. Our being here today is a demonstration that we will all be united to liberate our country. We will not let Kenyans down because we are aware of the suffering you're going through. That is Karua. And Gachagua said that the presence of leaders from across the country was a demonstration that the people of Mount Kenya region were not tribalists. Is it a unity that has come together to address issues Kenyans are saying, or is it just another political vehicle to get people to power?
Yesterday, I had a conversation with a couple of people, and with just this whole issue around how actions speak louder than words.
Yes.
Right? That you can tell me something until you're blue in the face, but until I see that you're behaving in a certain manner, then perhaps that would convince me. And then not just behaving that way, but then behaving that way consistently. Unfortunately, the consistent behavior that we have seen goes to show that folks are interested in their own agenda, and that political expediency is what they're after. It is going to take a monumental shift for Kenyans to start to believe that there is any caliber of leader who is interested in pursuing, attaining, maintaining the development of Kenya and Kenyans.
Yes.
Sadly, unfortunately, right now, as you look at this entire spectrum of leadership in the country today, there are very few people who are embodying that consistent behavior. Whether it is from what they say, we have a few members of the Senate, we have a few members of Parliament who are going to push that agenda and show you that, look, what we're really interested is for the people. There are a few, there's a smattering of them, and we can name them, we see them, they come here, they stand out, we know who they are. I'm not going to mention names because people will now get their knickers in a twist. But for the majority, unfortunately, there are too many who show us that they're interested in themselves and their own pocket. And the answer to that is what you do at the ballot, my people. Good morning. It's 7 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. President William Ruto has affirmed his commitment to his political partnership agreement with ODM leader Raila Odinga, signed in March. He was speaking during an interdenominational church service in Migori County, where he began his 3-day working tour. President Ruto pledged to work with the ODM team as equal partners in his broad-based government.
Wanachama wa ODM wajue ya kwamba hii serikali ni yao, kama vile watu wa UDA hii serikali ni yao, na wale wengine hii serikali ni yao. Tumekubaliana jameni? In any case, si mimi ndio nilikuwa deputy party leader ya ODM? Alafu, si ndio? So, hakuna mahali tutapitana, tutashirikiana, tutakubaliana ya kwamba tutatembea pamoja kwa njia hii.
President Ruto also used the occasion to defend his partnership agreement with Raila, emphasizing that his intention is to unite the country.
Kenya hii haihitaji migawanyiko, haihitaji ukabila, haihitaji chuki. Ni tuwaunganishe wananchi wa Kenya. Na Mungu ametupatia nafasi ya kipekee katika serikali hii ya broad base, serikali ya mapana na marefu, ya kuhakikisha ya kwamba hakuna sehemu ya Kenya inawachwa nyuma. Na tumekubaliana ya kwamba mambo ya maendeleo ni haki ya kila sehemu ya Kenya. Na ndio sababu hiyo tumekubaliana ya kwamba there must be equity in the sharing of the resources of the Republic of Kenya.
Siaya Governor James Orengo has maintained that he'll not be silenced but will continue to speak the truth about the broad-based government despite pressure from within his ODM party. Orengo, who spoke in Siaya County, said the Ruto-Raila deal is a self-serving partnership.
We must talk on account of the covenant between ourselves. There's the covenant between the Lord and us, but there's a covenant between ourselves, which is in the Constitution of the Republic of Kenya.
This even comes as Siaya Senator Oburu Odinga has called on Orengo to quit ODM over his criticism of the Ruto-Raila deal.
And I'm pained. I come from Siaya. When my own governor stands up and says that, and he's annoyed. I don't know annoyed with who. He's annoyed. And he says that he just wants to talk the truth. The truth. What truth? Those who are annoyed, who think that this broad-based government is not right, they are actually vomiting on us from within. Why don't they get out and vomit from without? Because we want our party ODM to have a nice smell, and we want to move on with our people.
3 people suspected of throwing a shoe at President William Ruto in Migori County on Sunday are in police custody. Police believe the incident may have been premeditated. Ruto was struck with the shoe while addressing a crowd in Kuria as he began his 3-day tour of Migori County. Ruto was discussing the need to lower the cost of living, shiftily blocked the shoe with his left hand, which then flew over his head and landed behind him.
Tupunguze gharama. Ngojea. Tulisema tupunguze gharama ya mbolea. Ni kweli ama si kweli? Si tulisema tupunguze gharama ya mbolea? Hiyo ngojea, wachana nao wananchi.
Brazilian police said they thwarted a bomb attack planned for Lady Gaga's concert on Copacabana beach in Rio de Janeiro on Saturday. The civil police of Rio de Janeiro state, in coordination with the Justice Ministry, said suspects had recruited participants to carry out attacks using improvised explosives, and the plan was aimed at gaining notoriety on social media. The person responsible for the plan and a teenager were arrested, the police said. Lady Gaga's team said they learned about the bomb threat only from media reports the morning after the gig. A crowd of more than 2 million people gathered for the concert, which was free to attend. That's the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
Spice FM, Nakuru. Traffic.
Monday morning traffic and how busy it is looking as we get through many parts of the city today. Coming in on the Eastern Bypass, it is pretty busy and it's bumper to bumper through towards North Airport Road. That's going to do the thing. Outer Ring is also getting some traffic as you head out into the direction of the Thika Superhighway. Traffic coming off and going on to Kangunda Road is also busy. And as you get onto Thika Road today, in from Githurai, it's very heavy, bumper to bumper through and through. There is traffic then coming in on Kiambu Road. That's also busy. We're looking at traffic on Kiambu Road and Limuru Road coming in from Ruaka through towards Parklands. It's going to do the thing. Outbound traffic on Wayaki Way. Also busy. It also started very early on Naivasha Road heading out towards Ngong Road. And so that is already starting to pile up as you get into the city. We'll see some traffic then forming on Langata Road as well, getting towards the Huru Highway. So it looks like traffic hour starts early today. We're keeping an eye on all of it. Hope to keep busy, rather moving. We'll talk on SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It's 6 minutes after 7 o'clock, and a very good morning to you on this 5th day of May, getting into the Situation Room for this Monday morning. And you know what? Let's be real for just a second, can we? Mums are superheroes, aren't they? Aren't we? From sunrise to, well, past bedtime, they're doing a million things. Nurturing, guiding, comforting. And you ask yourself the question, when does it ever stop? But somehow they're still able to remember where you left your charger. So this Mother's Day, we're giving it up for all the mums. The stylish ones, the soft-hearted ones, and yes, the comfy ones too. Woolworths is helping us celebrate her in the best way possible. 30% off all women's knitwear and sleepwear from now until the 11th of May. Whether your mum lives in her signature knit cardigans or swears by soft pajamas after a long day, Woolies has something that's just for her. And the best part, these pieces aren't just beautiful, they're built for comfort, elegance, and that effortless Woolworths quality. So if you're thinking about what to get for mum this year, why not let her unwrap a little warmth and softness? Head to your nearest Woolworths store and give her something that says you deserve to relax in style. So remember, Woolworths is the difference. This Mum's Day, do it for your mum at Woolworths. Okay? Yes. 8 minutes past 7 o'clock, and we're getting into a conversation with our good friend Barak Muluka. He's here with us, the good doctor, and we'll see where we'll be applying things this morning, shan't we? Good morning.
Morning, dude.
How are you doing?
Very well, Seko.
Salama sana, how are you? Good to see you.
Poa, mambo.
Salama.
Poa, salama. Your friend CT's not feeling too well today.
Yes, where is he?
He's the weather is here and he's here.
Oh, he's under the weather.
He is.
Oh, what a pity. But on a more positive note, that means today I'm saved of the proverb.
No, really.
I'm safe.
You think?
Yes.
Well, okay. Dennis here.
Yes.
Has today's proverb.
Oh dear.
So
Dennis, even you. Yes. Okay.
So he'll tell you where we are, and then you can, do the interpretation for us. So you thought you were safe, but
I was off the hook.
Unfortunately.
Okay.
Yeah, CT is a teacher and I'm a good student.
Okay, bring it on, student.
Today's proverb comes from the Republic of Tunisia. Good. Now, Tunisia, a few things about Tunisia. Country is in the Maghreb region of the northern part of Africa and shares maritime borders with Italy. Through what maritime borders? That is Sicily and Sardinia. Good. And as well as it's known for its souks, it has one of the beautiful markets. You would go and get the traditional atta that describes Tunisia for what it is. One of the greatest things that also happened in Tunisia recently in 2011, there was the famous revolution where the people were not satisfied with the government and decided to go to the streets to demand for what? Their rights, and that the leadership at the time does right by them. Now, our proverb today, he who sleeps with frogs becomes a croaker.
Very good. First, I thought you were going to talk about the great Hannibal and Carthage and how we Africans crossed the Mediterranean, got into the Alps, and how we crossed actually on elephant back and occupied Rome for 15 years. But that's fine. He who sleeps with frogs, crocs,
becomes a croaker.
Okay, to croak is to produce that sound that frogs produce, especially after it has been raining or it's very cold, and they are very comfortable. So if you sleep with frogs, you will be very comfortable with them doing the things that they do. You become like them, one of them, and therefore we could say that the company that we keep defines us, and our habits become like those of the people in whose company we are found and we are comfortable. I think that would be my shot in the dark.
Okay. Well, there you go.
The shot in the dark has some light.
You are the company that you keep, essentially. All right. Well, Karibu Barak, a couple of days ago, we heard the president again speak about how he was going to cut some numbers, and that perhaps the number of advisors that he then does have around him would reduce in number. And this is all in relation to what would then form the speculation around the finance bill that comes, essentially is what gives life to the budget. And that comes about in about a month or so. And we did hear him say that there would be a reduction in those numbers, which brought about the question that why would there be such a growing number anyway? We saw that with the collapse of cabinet after the protest that took place in June last year, that some of the people who were cabinet secretaries then became advisors. We have seen that an economic advisor here, another economic advisor there, has then been the bane of the Ruto presidency. So when we look at this growing number or this growing circle of advisors around the presidency, we tend to ask ourselves, what does that portend? Are they then political appointments in order to appease the people when it comes to removing them from one place and applying them to another? Or are we seeing that these appointments are being made essentially to please to reward loyalty? What really is the end game? And that's the conversation that we have this morning. That is it necessary for these advisors and the numbers in which they are growing to actually be there in the first place?
Yeah, thank you very much. Presidential advisory is a very serious exercise. And every president, indeed every leader everywhere in the world throughout history has had a need for advice and having advisors. It's not something to be taken lightly. It's something very, very grave. And in our context, the Kenyan context, the advisors, presidential advisors, are those people who serve in the cabinet. At the start of their tour of duty, they take a sacrosanct oath of office where they lift up a holy book. Could be the Bible, could be the Gita, it could be the Quran, it could be whatever they hold to be sacred. And they promise, among other things, to advise the president faithfully, truthfully, and they will be loyal, of course. They also make that pledge, but they promise to advise the president truthfully. These other entities that we are talking about and who are unknown quantities do not have any binding oath that they have taken, certainly not in the public space. They probably would be signing some papers in some chambers. They are saying that they will keep government secrets secret and stuff of that kind. We really do not know who they are and what their role is vis-a-vis the role of members of the cabinet and who are the president's advisors. And part of the oath that they take, therefore, as we have said, indicates that they are going to be truthful and honest counselors to His Excellency the President. It therefore boils down to what we will call the gravy train. That government is seen as an opportunity to eat. You join the gravy train and you go around looping and sloshing yourself in the gravy. So the president has got to bring cronies onto the train so that they can enjoy the gravy. And you have seen that conversely, it could also be dumping ground for misfits, people who have been appointed to certain positions, and in the fullness of time, they have seen to be inefficient, inadequate for the positions they have been appointed to.
How so? How so, Barak? When we say that, they've been appointed as economic advisors, we've seen that appointment take place, but in the fullness of time, they have not been able to fulfill their duties, such as what?
I'm not yet there. In fact, that's where I'm gravitating towards, but I'm still at the cabinet level and at the principal secretary level. You have appointed some persons, individuals there who are your cronies, who are loyal to you. Maybe you feel you've been in the trenches with them during the campaigns. They're your friends. And so you appoint them because government, let's face it, will ultimately be a community of people with certain historical ties and certain common interests coming from a certain place. You are not going to look for total strangers out there and bring them in. But you discover that these people are not competent, and that was expressed right at the beginning, even by people who vetted the first Ruto cabinet. They called it a skunk. Never mind that some of them who said skunk are now part of the current cabinet. And then you discover that really they cannot deliver. And so you remove them from cabinet positions, and you cause them to now be advisors, maybe to give them a soft landing. They have probably gotten into some commitments, taken loans here and there, and you want to help them to sort themselves out. That is the second strand. The third strand is the strand of appeasement. Appeasement of your adversaries, certainly in this case. We have seen, and we had the tirade yesterday, I believe it must have been yesterday, when Oburu Oginga was ventilating. You saw how he went off the handle, spewing invective against Governor Orengo, saying it is our turn it is our right. We have got to be there. Now ask yourself who the people we are talking about are. One of them, is he not Oburu Oginga's son, who has been appointed as an advisor?
Yes.
And not the Ogingas and Odingas, some of the most thorny issues within the Ruto flesh, indeed within the flesh of any government that we have had in the country over these past 3 decades. So one way of managing those kinds of persons and their families is to give them some junket positions, junket appointments within government. And the safest place to put them is the anonymous place that is called advisory.
Barack, and one would ask this question. We have the cabinet who are supposed to advise the president and equally go to implement the government agenda of the day. Now we have a number of advisors who are there who, first of all, their position in government, no one knows. It's the president wakes up today and decides, I will appoint A, B, C, D. Is it about delivery and performance to the people of Kenya, or is it all about, we are friends, we need a soft landing, you just have to be in cabinet because I can do that as the president?
It should be about service. Indeed, advisors, and they are there in other governments throughout the world. Mark Rubio, for example, today is, I believe, National Security Advisor to President Donald Trump. I do not know what his credentials are that make him meritorious for that position. But there, Condoleezza Rice was at some point an advisor to President George Bush,
yes.
the Junior Bush. And there have been others, Albright, what was her name?
Madeline
Albright, yes. And those people have done those kinds of jobs. It means that there is something that is very, very special, something very unique, something esoteric that requires esoteric knowledge that very few people can boast of, and that goes beyond your regular technocrat. And so you need these specialists to give you alternative thought, alternative advisory, and you create a whole office, because they must have also some competent staff who work under them, who help with research, who generate reports that may be brought to the president or that may be tabled within relevant forums of government for reflection before decisions are made. So that could also happen. And it does happen in a context where the cabinet secretary has got the primary competencies, but they may not be sufficiently deep or broad. So you help to buffet them with this kind of advisors. But in my country, it is not like that. It is like you must be part of the gang. It's about Cool and the gang. You must be part of the gang. As somebody said, it's our turn to eat.
Yes.
And so you are there either because they put you somewhere you didn't fit, but since you must be part of the gang, come in. Or from the word go, they know that you can't deliver.
So they make you an advisor.
You must be part of the gang, so you come in as an advisor. And finally, number 3, that you have got to be appeased. You're about the policy of appeasement, which we read about in world history. That as World War II was unfolding, there was Adolf Hitler who kept on making demands on Europe And on Great Britain, there was Neville Chamberlain, who was the British Prime Minister, and he kept on appeasing what he asks.
Barrack, you used the words anonymous, and I'm maybe adding to that amorphous, because if we look at the Kenyan context, that and am I hearing you to say that these advisorial appointments then are purely for appeasement? Number one, somebody who is loyal to you, and because you can't find something to give them, you then make them an advisor for which their job description, we're not really quite sure what it is, or we're not sure what position of adversarial role they play. Comparing that to some of the notable individuals that you mentioned who serve as advisors in different parts of the world, are you saying that these growing number of advisors to the president, and maybe even to cabinet then, are useless?
These are junket appointments. Junket. They are people who are brought on board basically to serve their own appetites. You could ask yourself, who are they? Name any of these advisors and tell me why it's obligatory that they must be there. In which one portfolio? The very first ones who are appointed even before the cabinet was named in 2022. We can remember maybe one or two names. David Ndii, who is distinguished for his cynicism in public space. He comes and makes mockery of Kenyans and of their plight, and occasionally he would also seem to be throwing barbs at the government that he advises itself. There was, I think, a Cheruiyot or something like that, whom we don't even remember, and we perhaps don't even need to remember. And many others, as I said, anonymous. They are swimming in the pool of anonymity in the presidency.
There are some advisors around education. There are some advisors around economics. There are some advisors around health. There are advisors around, I don't know what.
Constitutional affairs.
And who should be sent home this very morning. You look at each one of those sectors. You look at education. It's in a shambles. Never mind that we have got a cabinet secretary, and we have had two so far. And we have principal secretaries, we have got directors, and those directors are in charge of directorates that are populated with very highly qualified and experienced technocrats, but whom nobody listens to. Nobody listens to those technocrats in the public service, and therefore they also lie low, waiting for this government to go, and expecting that maybe the next government will be a listening government. It will listen to them a little more. Look at education, it's in a shambles. Look at health, it's in a shambles. Look at transport and communication, it's in a shambles. Look at security. Where do you see people throwing shoes at presidents? It rarely happens. It happened, I think, in Cairo when President Bush was visiting. Somebody threw a shoe at him. Perhaps we can give a benefit of doubt in that context, in the sense that the American security system was not totally in charge, although I'm told that where Air Force One lands, that place instantly becomes American territory, and they are in charge, but never mind. We also know about Nicolae Ceausescu of Romania in 1989, precisely on the 21st of December 1989. 89, we were following those activities very closely. That's why I can remember even the
dates clearly.
Yeah, that clearly, the 21st of December 1989, they threw a shoe at him as he was addressing a rally, and he was immersed in that rally the same way President William Ruto gets immersed in the rally. In the first instance, is the one who is breaching the security code of the country. And I think it's because he overrules those who should be advising him on matters security. So you look at security, there are advisors even within that docket, what is happening there. You look at the economy, what is happening there. So we do not need those sinecure appointments, but the president has got to carry along his people.
And Barack, when you talk about these appointments, the government has been in place for almost 3 years now, and you find positions like the Constitutional Affairs Advisor, Professor Makau Mutua, coming in 3 years into the government, and we have the Attorney General, who is the sole advisor of the government on matters to do with constitutions. When bills emanate, they go through the Attorney General, and even Attorney General represents the government in judicial matters in court. 3 years later, Kenyans are asking, then why should we have the position of Attorney General if we have another advisor?
That is to absorb the Raila Odinga team in government. Oburu was quite clear yesterday that we are in this government not as individuals, but as ODM. I think that should put to rest the fact that we have got an illegal government in place. And I would say illegal from two perspectives. The first perspective is clearly that we have a government that has been formed against, contrary to the constitutional provisions, that anyone who forms government in a manner other than that provided in this constitution breaches the law. I think that is written there. Oburu Oginga, if you heard what CS John Mbadi said at the same meeting, that if you want to know what Raila Odinga is thinking, listen to Oburu Oginga.
As opposed to what they've said previously about when you hear certain people speaking, they are speaking for Raila Odinga. But in this case, what you're saying is that if you want to know what Raila is thinking, then listen to what his brother is saying.
Yeah, because the other fellows are just sounding boards. After the thought has matured, then it is passed on to them to ventilate. But Oburu Oginga is part of the think tank. He's at the hub, at the core, where the thinking takes place. And I think he is probably one of just the three innermost sanctum that has got Raila Odinga himself as a part of. So that is the thinking, and it should put to rest this debate of whether ODM is in government or it's not in government. But the second item which I wanted to mention, and which I should not lose a thread of, is that as these ladies and gentlemen are getting into this thing they call a broad-based government, and which is basically a broad-based conspiracy against the nation, there's a fundamental thing they have not told Kenyans. Do they now concede that William Ruto was validly elected President of the Republic of Kenya as they join him, because they rejected the validity of his election all the way to the Supreme Court, and after they rejected. And we now are seeing people who said they did not recognize him. As my good friend, Professor Makau Mutua, joins this government, and incidentally, a lot of these people are also my friends. Makau Mutua, we grew up with at the University of Nairobi. On the night before we left for Dar es Salaam with others, they spent that night at my house. We were students. I was a non-resident student who rented a house in Ofafa Jericho in Nairobi. So they are my friends. And so there's no animus as I talk about this. As my good brother and friend and comrades in arms, Professor Makau Mutua joins this government. Has he now gotten to a point where he's ready to tell us that William Ruto was validly elected and I'm going now to serve in his broad-based government?
We need to take a break, Barack, but I would like us to hold on to that thought, because then I want to bring you into that as well, because you had an opportunity to serve as well, and then one would ask, would you be in the same position?
I'd like to answer that, but there's a very important point which we should not lose sight of, that this person is coming in as an advisor, legal and constitutional matters, which is a very heavy affair vis-a-vis his previous contestation that this person has not been validly
or constitutionally elected. Okay, interesting one. We're going to take a break at 24 minutes to 8 o'clock. Barack Muluka, interestingly enough, communications advisor, an expert one, is here this morning, and we're looking at certain issues around, all right, are there too many henchmen around the president? Number one, and are they in the position whereby they can take up those scores validly? We'll come back and continue with that. It's Kenya's biggest conversation at 24 minutes to 8 o'clock. We continue after this break.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Where have you heard about moringaschool.com?
Moringaschool.com. Hapo ndio future tech iko boss.
Kenya's top software engineers, data analysts, cybersecurity pros, and UI UX design ninjas wanatoka Moringa.
Hey, na unasema hauna degree? No stress. Whether you are looking to upskill, stuck in a boring job, ama you are starting from zero, Moringa's got your back, man.
Visit moringaschool.com, where anyone can create their future.
The weather with SpiceFM.
Cloudy conditions in Nairobi at 16. It's 16 and sunny in Nakuru, and 16 and cloudy in Nyeri, with cloudy conditions at 15 in Eldoret. Mombasa is cloudy at 25, while Malindi at 26 is cloudy. Kisumu cloudy at 20, while Kakamega at 18 is cloudy. Mostly cloudy conditions in Kampala at 19, while it's sunny at 24 in Dar es Salaam. 8 degrees and sunny in Johannesburg, while Mogadishu at 28 is cloudy and Addis Ababa is sunny. At 15, it is clear at 26 in Lagos, with light rain showers continuing at 23 in Kinshasa.
Spice up your life. Traffic.
We're roaring into traffic hour this morning. There's quite some of it coming in on Langata Road. It's going to head out through all the way towards the Haile Selassie Junction. So that's doing that thing. Inbound traffic to the CBD. Very heavy. Langata Road before that, all the way in from Magadi Road at the junction, and coming in from Karen So that's doing the thing this morning. It's very busy on Ngong Road as well, coming in from Naivasha Road and Karen on the other side as well. The Thika Superhighway, there's unbelievable traffic on the Thika Superhighway this morning, heavy all the way through from Githurai out towards the Pangani Underpass. We're seeing a replication of the same on Kiambu Road. It's coming in from well before the Northern Bypass, coming in from Runda on one side, and then on the other side when we are looking at Thidigwa. There's a lot of traffic here this morning, folks. Also on Limuru Road, we're starting to see that build up quite some. So it looks like things that did not happen over the weekend are happening this morning. Folks getting where they need to go. Let's keep things moving. And we'll talk SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Communications advisor Barak Muluka is in the studio with us this morning. And we're looking at just this issue, that all the people who are being put in particular positions around the president today, we have to ask the question, what's their role? And are they actually being put there because there is something that they can do towards the progression and development of the nation? Now, we talk about individuals who, I mean, for me, it's clear as day that they're being, number one, either rewarded for loyalty or they're being given hush positions. And when I say hush positions, it's to keep you comfortable in a corner so you're going to keep quiet over there. Or if we feel as though at one point you were aggrieved, we're going to give you this to kind of soothe the wound. We've seen many examples of them. Former governor for Laikipia is now the KRA chairman. We are seeing this appointment for as an advisor for Dr. Mutua. And we've seen many of them. You did communications with one Eliud Owalo for some time, and then you flew the coop. You were in the same position, Barak. But
yes.
Now you speak differently, but you were in the same position.
I don't know how I spoke, because when you say differently, you are a communications person like myself, so you should be able to put what I said here and juxtapose it with what I'm saying now.
If you were in the company of government, doing government work, the things that you did or the things that you said spoke of your allegiance to them.
Let me not degenerate into the space of argument and instead help to elucidate.
Absolutely, that what the position is, which is what we're looking for.
Yes, so one person will speak and the other one will listen. So you have spoken.
No, I'm listening.
So now you listen as I speak.
Go
Otherwise,
ahead.
I will have to listen as you speak. And I'll speak as follows. Number one, I got into the Ministry of ICT as an advisor to Eliud Owalo. Eliud Owalo was arriving in that docket from an environment in which he had no experience, no training, no qualification in the area of communications. And he was getting in to occupy a docket that in principle is responsible for government communications. In a properly managed environment and entity, the Ministry of Information and Communications really should be the place where government communications are domiciled and that advises the rest of the entities. And if you read me yesterday, you will have seen that I say we had an ideological orientation, we had a belief, we had a vision for this country. And
yes, I saw that.
And we saw that William Ruto was going to be our best player. He was within those political environments. And we propelled him all the way to State House. And so we expected the next thing that we were going to begin implementing these things that we had been talking about. But when we got in, nothing was happening. the persons that we had been dealing with disappeared into thin air. The things we started seeing being done were completely contrary to the visionary agenda that we had as so-called advisors. We were milling around the corridors of the ministry without any clear sense of direction, what we are doing. The minister himself becoming some kind of isolated demigod in isolated space. And after 1 year, I advised myself that I was wasting time here in an entity that was going nowhere. And I would not want to be part of the eventual ignominious exit and part of the opprobrium that was taking place in that environment. And I requested Mr. Eliud Owalo to allow me to disengage, and which he did, and I disengaged exactly 1 year later.
After.
And so I can speak about it as robustly as possible and speak from a position of informed knowledge, not external speculation, that there is really nothing. If I was invited to come on board because I was supposed to be on a junket, happy-go-lucky mission, that is not me. No.
So, Barack, what I'm hearing you say is, with all these appointments are the advisors that the government is making, clearly we do not need them, especially coming at a time when the government itself, the president, stood and told Kenyans, we will tighten our belts, we will ensure that what we're spending on, we reduce on that because we are in a bad position economically. Yet here, based off the fact that you have been inside, there is nothing really for all these advisors to do. Is that what you're saying?
I'll say two things. The first thing is that in certain rare circumstances where there is very special knowledge that is required and special skills, the position of advisor justifies itself. But you do not need all these advisors that we have there. The second thing, therefore, being that it is a gravy train, and where it is not a gravy train, we could even say it is a cesspit, that those whom you must get rid of, you immerse them in the water.
Or those you must silence.
Those you must silence. You put them there. And like the rodents in the cistern, in the septic tank, they will be ruminating and chewing at the stuff that sits in the cesspit, and they keep quiet.
We're going to probably see more of that. And that when we did hear, we're going to talk about Professor Mutua, your good comrade.
Yes, yes.
And that he mentioned not once, on several occasions, he penned thoughts down about how there is an illegitimate president in government today. There are certain things you do not say without conviction. We would love an opportunity to speak to him directly, and we'll probably look out for that. But there are certain things you do not say without the pillar of conviction. Is it possible to change such conviction in a short period of time because an appointment for which there will be recognition, some kind of monetary gain, then comes about? Because it looks as though Kenyans, for whom sometimes leadership forgets that they're actually working for, are being taken for a ride.
I think Professor Makau Mutua is joining this government not because he has seen some good pay or the opportunity to ride in a government car, the trappings of office. I want to believe that I still know Makau Mutua. And we were romantic idealists. We went to school in the 70s. That was when we were in high school. And indeed, Makau Mutua and I joined the University of Nairobi at the tail end of the 70s. And we believed in certain things which unfortunately some of us still believe in today. Unfortunately, in the sense that they have left us in a corner where even when we stare at opportunities that other people will pick up, we let those opportunities go because we believe in something bigger. And I think Makau Mutua is still in that naive environment where he's thinking that if he joins the William Ruto government as an advisor in the constitutional and legal spaces, that he's going to make a difference. He will not. And I have no doubt that if you ask him to come to this show, he will come tomorrow. As recently as last evening, I was having a conversation with him after my piece in the Sunday Standard, and he was convinced that he's going to make a difference. I've wished him good luck, because that is not an environment that envisages a difference. And there will be other people who will go in thinking that they are going to make a difference. They will not. It is an incorrigible environment that has got people who believe that in every project that the government undertakes, there must be something, some personal gain for them. These things that they come out to do, to talk to us, are diversions from what they see as their mission in government, and so he will not make any difference. But he goes in nonetheless as part of the appeasement of the Raila Odinga brigade. You see, Mr. Odinga has got to demonstrate to the country that he is not just taking people from his family and his language group into government.
It's sad that we can't see this for what it actually is. And it reminds me of actually an event that I was at in my village, right? That there was food that was supposed to be coming out of the kitchen, and there were two cooks. Two of the cousins were in the kitchen. They were cooking. Where is this food now? It has not come out. Another auntie enters into the kitchen. Another 30 minutes passes. Nothing has happened. Another auntie enters into the kitchen.
And they are eating.
And they inside, the food is not coming out. The crowds of people
they're eating
are waiting in the yard for this food to come out, because the main ceremony has already taken place. And yet another auntie enters into the kitchen, and auntie after auntie after auntie, cousin enters into the kitchen. Food has not come out. The crowds are getting restless outside here. But the chief auntie keeps saying, "Oh yeah, come, help. Let's try and get this food out of here." It soon starts to look as though there are more people
in the house,
in the kitchen, trying to bring out this food, and the crowds are restless. That looks to me a lot like what's happening right now. Food has not come out. Auntie upon auntie is getting into the kitchen, but they're eating the meat.
Yes, auntie after auntie gets into the kitchen, and they are eating, and those who are outside are waiting and getting restless. The strand of this whole thing that I was worried we would lose, and we seem to be losing, is the strand of legitimacy, which is very important. This food which these aunties are getting into the kitchen to eat, one of them had suggested that the cow which was slaughtered for them to eat was his, that it had been stolen by one of your relatives. But this relative now decides, come, let us eat together. Does that legitimize the ownership of that animal? No. If the thief comes in the night and steals your animal, or you wake up in the morning and you tell us my animal has been stolen, then we see it is being slaughtered there and the party is beginning. If the thief asks you to join him in broad-based eating, does the original sin therefore disappear? Is it vitiated in any way, or what happens? I think one of the things that Kenyans should take Mr. Raila Odinga and his retinue to task about is the legitimacy of the William Ruto government, and they cannot call it so much water below the bridge now. They must tell us, because we are dealing with issues of the constitution that are sacrosanct. Now that they have gone there, the least they need to do is to accept the legitimacy of the William Ruto election. Otherwise, I cannot understand, for the love of me, what constitutional and legal issues Professor Makau Mutua is going to be advising William Ruto on, if in his heart of hearts he still believes that Ruto is not legitimately in office. And he also hasn't come out of that space to tell us that Kenyans, I'm sorry, I apologize, I misled you. I now understand that Dr. Ruto is legitimately in office and we have accepted to be part of his.
And that would be qualified by the fact that one would argue that the Supreme Court of the Republic communicated to that, and the boss already was in government, was in broad-based government. But that aside, Muluka, one would want to ask, this union that is together, Kenyans are asking tough questions about it. And one of the questions they are asking is, does this government listen to what we are saying? Does this government care on the issues that we are raising with what it is they are doing? Because we can't be talking about we do not have money as a country, but every other day it is appointment and appointment that, according to Kenyans, do not make sense. Does this government really care on what Kenyans are saying? Does it listen?
It doesn't listen, and I will reduce government here to just one entity, President William Ruto. He does not listen. He does not listen to his ministers. He does not listen to the train of people around him. When we say, some of us are students of history and as students of revolutions in world history, because revolutions in world history are taught in history classes in this country. They are taught in diplomacy classes. They are taught in armed conflict and peace studies in syllabuses in our universities here. And as students and graduates within those dockets, we are telling President William Ruto, you are sleeping in the middle of a revolution. And he doesn't seem to understand.
So why have advisors if you're not going to listen to them?
They throw shoes at him the way they threw shoes at Nicolae Ceausescu. He still does not understand that he's sleeping in the middle of a revolution.
Does not understand or doesn't care?
He probably cares, but he thinks he's too smart. William Ruto has got the misfortune of thinking that if you have ascended to the highest office in the land, then you are the cleverest person in the country. You may be the most gifted trickster, but those tricks are what in Kiswahili they say mbio za sakafuni. Huishia mbio zinaishia ukingoni. Ataishia kule ukingoni. He had better listen. And his best advisors are not those people he has put around himself. They are the pundits who speak without let or hindrance because they are not worried that the stipend will be taken away. They are the journalists who are writing editorials in these newspapers. They are the discussants who come and sit here and tell him what is happening. They are the alternative voices in the political opposition that are telling him you are taking the country the wrong way. If he doesn't listen to those voices, his Ferdinand Marcos day is coming. His Nicolae Ceausescu day is coming.
It's already
Seems like it happened yesterday already,
His
Barack.
Mobutu Sese Seko Day is coming. His Messiah's Ngwema Day is at hand. He had better listen.
I have to ask you a question really quickly because we've got, seconds to go, Barack. But why have a broad-based government? Why have advisors? Why have all of these people joining the fray if you're not ready to listen to them?
Because it is an inducement for them to be peaceful. They are his cronies. They are being rewarded. A mouth that is eating does not talk. And so they have to be kept busy eating so that they cannot talk.
I think to sum it up, he who sleeps with the frogs becomes a croaker.
Barack Muluka, strategic communications advisor, has been our guest this hour. Some insights to look for. And it's great because those names that you mentioned, believe me, people are going to go looking them up to see what happened and perhaps would liken them to the situation that we see today. Always good to have you in the room this morning. We look forward to future conversations. Good morning. Asante Sana.
Asante.
Thank you. It's 8 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. 4 filmmakers arrested last Friday in connection with the production of BBC's Blood Parliament documentary are expected to report to the Directorate of Criminal Investigations today to record statements. Nicholas Wambugu, Brian Adagala, Chris Wamai and Macdemvia Karubu, who were arrested at their studio in Karen, Nairobi, were released on Saturday on free bond following public outcry. Their equipment is, however, still withheld. In the documentary, the BBC identified members of the security forces who shot dead anti-finance bill protesters at Parliament last June. A BBC spokesperson has since clarified that the 4 journalists were not involved in the production of the documentary. Former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua has accused President William Ruto of allegedly disrespecting retired President Uhuru Kenyatta. He was speaking at his Wamunyoro residence on Sunday when he hosted several opposition figures, including former Interior CS Fred Matiang'i, Wiper leader Kalonzo Musyoka, PLP's Martha Karua and DAP Kenya's Eugene Wamalwa. Gachagua cautioned politicians against making public attacks on former President Uhuru Kenyatta.
You did enough damage to Uhuru Kenyatta. You misled all of us. We humiliated our son. We embarrassed our son. We cannot sit back and see you use your protege kumkosea heshima Rais Uhuru Kenyatta. Na mimi nikiwa kiongozi wa mlima ni jukumu langu kulinda watu ya mlima akiwemo Rais Uhuru Kenyatta ambaye ni kiongozi wetu.
Kalonzo, for his part, criticized the political cooperation agreement between President Ruto and ODM leader Raila Odinga, saying it's a self-serving deal.
Kama yale yamezungumzwa na Oburu Odinga akiwa kule Migori kwamba wao wameshikamana kama serikali, wao ni part of blood based, yani hii ni muungano umeletwa pamoja na umwagikaji wa damu ya Wakenya, ya watoto wetu, watoto Gen Z. Kwanza, ikiwa hiyo ni hivyo, basi wae wakao upande huo na waachane na sisi tushikamane.
At the same time, Matiang'i said he's ready to take over from President Ruto in 2027.
Nyinyi wananchi ndio mnatoa hiyo kazi. Nyinyi ndio mko na kadi ya kura, nyinyi ndio mko na kipande. Nyinyi ndio mtaamuka asubuhi muamue ni nani mnapea hiyo kazi. Sisi wakati ukifika, ninawaahidi mkitupea hiyo kazi mtaona vile nchi itaenda. Because we need to clean our country, we need to restore the faith of government so that people can trust the government again. That serikali ikikwambia kitu, kiongozi wa serikali akikwambia kitu, you can go to sleep and trust what they are telling you. Sio eti wanaambiwa hii tunacheza na wananchi vile tunacheza hivi.
President William Ruto has issued a strong warning to those behind the killing of Kasipul MP Charles Were, assuring the nation that justice will be served and no perpetrator will escape the law. President Ruto condemned the rising wave of violence and lawlessness in parts of the country, saying such acts will not be tolerated under his leadership.
Wale waliofanya jambo hilo na kumuua huyo mjumbe, we will get them. They will not succeed. They will have nowhere to hide. We will go after them. And we will go after their collaborators. Mpaka tuhakikisha kwamba kitendo kama hicho hakifanyiki tena katika taifa letu la Kenya.
This even comes as 4 people are in police custody in connection with Were's murder. Police believe some of the suspects are members of organized criminal gangs such as Mujahideen, which has been linked to armed robberies in Eastlands, Nairobi. US President Donald Trump says he will hit movies made in foreign countries with 100% tariffs as he ramps up trade disputes with nations around the world. Trump said he was authorizing the US Trade Representative to start the process to impose the levy because America's movie industry was dying a very fast death. He blamed a concerted effort by other countries that offer incentives to attract filmmakers and studios, which he described as a national security threat. Trump's statement did not say whether the tariff would apply to American production companies producing films abroad. That's the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
SpiceFM, Kisumu. Traffic.
It is a busy morning and quite a lot of traffic in different parts of the city this morning. Still pretty heavy coming off of the Thika Superhighway. It was all red going through towards the CBD. And let's take a look at the Eastern Bypass where traffic also is still as heavy. Kiambu Road, very heavy traffic today coming in from the Northern Bypass. And we're looking at traffic then crossing over from Rosslyn to Rivers, choosing not to use Limuru Road, but crossing over towards the Northern Bypass to try come off of Kiambu Road. Sadly, you're going to find yourself in traffic then approaching Muthaiga Square, so that is really busy. Also looking at traffic, Lower Kabete through towards Spring Valley, Waiyaki Way out into the city, and then also looking on this other side of things as you come off the Eastern Bypass, heavy with traffic touching on the Cabanas interchange, outer ring in both directions busy. Jogo Road going towards Landis and then touching on Haile Selassie. Uhuru Highway has already started with traffic this morning. So it's that Monday morning and it looks like it's already manic. We'll try to keep abreast of things. We'll talk to each other to keep things moving. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM.
At 7 minutes after 8 o'clock into the third hour of Kenya's biggest conversation this morning, it's the Situation Room. And as we get into it, we know what's coming. You know what it is? It's Mother's Day very soon. And we say, you know what? I've realized the best Mother's Day gifts aren't the loudest ones. They're the ones that show we get her. Woolworths is making it easier to say, I see you, Mum, with 30% off women's knitwear and sleepwear available in store right now until the 11th of May. So you got 6 days to actually go in and get something for Mum. Think of that one soft sweater she always reaches for when the weather turns, or those comfy sleep sets that somehow make everything feel a bit calmer at night. Woolies has all that and more. The quality, the comfort, the elegance, all of that is in one place. And let's be honest, no one deserves a day off and a little spoiling more than Mum. So why not give her the softest hug in the form of something she'll wear and love every day? So head into Woolworths and make this Mother's Day feel as special as she is. Woolworths, the difference. And at 8 minutes after 8 o'clock, we're getting into a conversation around the political alliances that we are seeing forming. It was bound to happen. we don't expect that political season in Kenya would hold anything different. And joining us in that conversation this morning is the Secretary General of the Jubilee Party. Today, I'm telling you, he's here as the show has started. And we have to take a moment to celebrate small wins. Jeremiah Kioni.
Yes.
Good morning.
Morning to you.
You know, it's been a while. I wouldn't pass up the opportunity to take that small dig at you.
Yeah, I know.
I think the
I also needed to sleep a little bit more. That I can be able to wake up early and deal with the traffic and all the things that come with us, to us in the morning.
Indeed.
But we're happy to be here.
It's been a while.
It's been a while. It's been a while. Yeah. I remember the last time I was here, you almost skinning me because I kept talking about Matiangi. And it's Dennis who couldn't allow me to play, telling me, but you're always talking about Matiangi, Atumuoni, Atumuski. So I promised myself that the next time I'm here, it's when he has spoken, you have seen him, so that I have very little to answer.
Sawa, see, that's part of the conversation that we'll be having today. We'll get into it because we are looking at some of those alliances. CT is not here today, but you see how the people of Kenya have then relegated their power or their sovereignty or essentially their power to then certain leadership.
Yes.
So now CT has done the same to Dennis. And he said now give the proverb for today.
So if you don't do that, a shoe comes flying towards you.
Exactly. Somebody will lose a shoe somewhere. So you'll interpret that for us.
So today's proverb comes from the northern country of Tunisia, whose capital is Tunis. And the country is in the Maghreb region of Africa and shares maritime borders with Italy through island of Sicily and Sardinia. Now, it is known for its souks. It has beautiful markets where people go to see what Tunisia is all about, especially their metal ornaments, really, really beautiful. Has a population of 11.8 million people, and their language is Arab. And our proverb today is, he who sleeps with frogs becomes a croaker. He who sleeps with frogs becomes a croaker. How would you interpret that?
You'll acquire the habits of those whom you interact with on a regular basis. And even as we form alliances, that needs to inform those of us who are getting into alliances. I think that may be the political relevance of it as to where we are. And I think it's important to be awake to that reality. Yes.
Well said.
That's it. Well said. Indeed. Of political alliances and things that we see happening in government and towards real politic that's happening in the country at the moment. The Standard this morning has a headline. That headline is Our Turn to Eat. And it talks about one Raila Odinga who, for some reason, is always able to make sure that his people, whether it is his brother, whether it is his nephew, his daughter, or his sister, finding ways into government. Now, one would say that the strategic alliances that are being made today would lead to a position where somebody would then be able to be in a position where they too could eat. A few months ago, actually, about 2 months ago now, we saw the formation of a broad-based government whereby it was agreed upon between the president, Ruto, and Raila Odinga that they would say, okay, you know what, let's get all this fighting out of the way, let's get all this noise out of the way, and let's form a government that essentially was going to make sure that everybody was happy and that everybody could be part of this thing whereby it was taking Kenya forward. That's what they said. There was a 10-point agenda was to be met, and they said, we're going to go ahead and we're going to go with this. Now, along the line, the opposition, which, by the way, Jeremiah, you'll tell us.
Why have you done this?
Because
oh my goodness,
you'll know why in a short while.
I hear you.
You hear what I'm saying?
Yes.
The opposition has been forming and reforming and maybe
growing.
I'm not sure
and
what
expanding.
exactly is going on. Growing, we see people standing on steps and taking pictures. The next time we see the picture, the people in the picture have grown by 2. Then one Fred Matiang'i comes back from outside the country, and seated with him in the airport is one Jeremiah Kioni. Don't think we didn't recognize you under the hat. We saw that
It was late in the night.
It was late in the night, and still we knew that it was you. So the question is, round about all of these strategic alliances, can we expect that there will be a better battalion for leadership that is being formed with the same people over and over again?
Allow me to just say Paulette to Edward's Kwach family, and of course to the entire fraternity of SpiceFM for that loss of a good worker, good friend, and imaba dunia ni gumu. 1 minute you're with your friend, the next minute he's gone. Poleni sana.
Asante.
At the this is a very harsh
headline.
But you see, there are 2 headlines. I don't
You
know.
like one, you don't like the other.
I don't think I have a problem with either.
Okay.
But both of them are harsh, but none of them, and both of them are addressing the same issues in this country: frustration. Yes. And Kenyans are angry, annoyed because of mistakes done, deliberately or otherwise. This issue, may I start by saying that if I was to talk to Baba Raila Amolo Odinga, is to tell him to quit the broad-based government like yesterday. It will kill his legacy. And anybody near him telling him otherwise, he is not being truthful to Baba. That was a real difficult decision that I hope it was difficult to him when he made it, because it was a really difficult decision for Kenyans to agree to. And to date, they have not. And that's why you see this chew flying. People have spoken, wamesema, wametupa mawe, na wameona hata afadhali kutupa kiatu. Na unajua kiatu ni baya kuliko mawe, because the kiatu has a story. Mawe ni ile umeokota kwa barabara. Mtu anatupa kiatu, afadhali nitembee mguu tupu. And I don't want this idiocy in front of me. You know that kind of, I don't want these readers in front of me. And it's a question of asking yourself, how much have I contributed to that level of anger? And when we were in the trenches, I call them trenches also, in Azimio with the sufrias on our heads, and then the Gen Z came. It is good to know that there are those in power who are feeling with you. And even if they are not able to bring about changes, they share in your pain, and they will continue being on your side. The movement of people from our side to government increased the level of frustration and the level of anger, and also reduced the level of trust that Kenyans continue having on their their leaders, including those of us who are in the opposition. And I can tell you, opposition is a fairly lonely place, not because of many things, but because you find people abandoning things that you believed in at the beginning. In Jubilee, we are still where we were, of course, and it doesn't feel good to know that we believed in a cause that seems to have been abandoned by many. So I know, and again, it is not a good thing to say it's our turn to eat. Raila was one of the people who worked very hard to get our new constitution. And he has been on record as saying that you do not need to be in government to get development in your area. It is a right that is now guaranteed in your constitution. But again, to ensure that you are in government so that your people are appointed in government, and what I'm hearing a lot from people who are now experts in government saying that we are going to provide for XYZ resources in our area. You know, those kind of utterances make it look like you've clamored for something you never believed in. What was it that you wanted? And this is a thing that we cannot wish away, even as people look at us in the opposition. And I agree with the question that you're asking. Is it for real, or is it, what is it? This is this opposition. And like I have said, today I feel a little different because like I mentioned when you were here before, I was talking about a presidential candidate called Matiang'i, whom I spoke on behalf for almost 8 months. But the last 2 weeks or so have been good for me because I need not talk about him anymore. He is there to speak for himself and to do what he thinks is right, and also to assure Kenyans that it was not, we were not saying it from nowhere. We had some kind of indication from his head, which he has now confirmed. How he wants us to move on from here, would wait for him to tell us. But it is important, like we said, that he reaches out to everybody. He sits with everybody, talks with the people. There is need to have unity. I believe that unity is crucial in the opposition, because if you are trying to unseat an incumbent, you need to be united. You need to sit aloud in a round table and agree among yourselves who among you is best suited to push those in the regime out of power. And Kenyans themselves will help you answer the question that you have asked. They will look at all of us who are seated there. And if you listen to them, while none of us is an angel, they will be saying, ni sawa, lakini huyu anafaa kuliko yule.
Which begs the question.
And the question comes as I say this.
Yes.
I hold the view that the decision as to who eventually emerges, if they all agree, and I hope they do agree, to challenge William Ruto, because it should be a two-horse race, never three. Whoever emerges to be the flag bearer of those of us in the opposition, it is best decided by the Kenyans themselves.
And
if we do it in the boardroom, we risk being disowned within the shortest time possible. Once you're in power.
Why does your union stand out and is posing a challenge or any threat, if there would be, to President William Ruto? And what promises does this union of opposition where you belong, give to Kenyans, that Kenyans would say, fine, we understand, we are in tandem with what they are telling us? And you say Matiang'i will give a way forward out of this, but what is the way out for Jeremiah Kioni? How do you want to see this movement moving out of this situation?
I honestly think that, and sometimes you say you give an opinion and people think that you are fighting. You're fighting them, or you don't want the unity of that group. I was so disappointed when Azimio started fragmenting. Because I knew with the fragmented opposition, you have given strength to that arm of the very difficult situation that you are in. William feels emboldened to do things that you would otherwise not have done, and even to say things that are difficult for our ears to hear. So I believe in a united opposition. Many people have been asking, why haven't you, why were you not here, why were you not there? One is that when Matiang'i was there, he's the one I've been pitching for. I did not need to be there. It is important that he now goes and gives, work to the people the way he wants to be there. And I can tell you, even from a distance, I'm also inside there. Two is that you also don't want to look like a gatekeeper of a presidential candidate. So you stay out, you stay away, so that it is his time. And I believe that that was necessary to do. But then I realized that you are doomed if you go, if you are doomed if you don't. People will still say many things. But I want to clarify and clear that I believe that we will do better when you are united. And I also believe that we do better when nobody is being, kept in a cage by anybody. But having said that, again, I want to say this. And I say this because I have also heard it. When you have a person who is gaining approval from across the country, a time like now, when you have a name that is being mentioned in Nyeri, and you can actually see even the readers who went in Nyeri embraced Matiang'i, and they kept waiting until Matiang'i walked in. When you go to Kisii, Nyamira, and you see the euphoric turnout without anybody giving a coin, people just coming out, and you see the whole country waking up the following morning and saying, yes, finally there is hope. It's only fair for us in the opposition to start coalescing around such an individual, because we make our work much easier. You make leaguing more difficult for those who are in power. You make the campaign cheaper for all of us, including the candidate himself. But if we sit and then end up with something that Kenyans will have to, you need to go out and convince the Kenyans again. Remember, you need more resources. You've opened yourself up to many other things and all those kind of things.
What?
But me as a Kenyan, and as Kioni,
yes,
a member of Jubilee, I am hoping that we can now move to the next step.
Which is what?
The shoe.
The shoe?
Why would a shoe be thrown at the leadership? And this is not a matter, it may sound funny, but it symbolizes the desperation level of Kenyans. It's like they are saying, we don't even believe that those of us elected can speak on our behalf. You pick and choose and talk to that person. You'd rather a stone would that be thrown to you, not a shoe.
And I think that's the thing.
And that is a bit.
I
And I'll
agree
tell
with
you
you on
why.
that, Jeremiah. And I have to just ask a question
Yes.
here, because that frustration is not only targeted at the president.
Yes.
That frustration is targeted at everybody today who stands in the position of leadership at whatever level. Because the opportunity to then be able to lead, the opportunity to implement, the opportunity to uphold the livelihoods of Kenyans has fallen through the cracks, not accidentally, but almost intentionally. That people have gone into positions of leadership and they have done as they please. And so that shoe is a representation of the frustration people feel not only towards the president, but everybody else who has not done what they were supposed to do. And here now, we have a group of people who've been in positions of leadership before, who have shared in that responsibility, and also, for all intents and purposes, did not achieve what they should have achieved, and are then coming back and are asking Kenyans to give them another shot. Why should Kenyans give them another shot?
I think it is a question of why should Kenyans give you, and it will be important for Kenyans then to agree. That's why I'm saying at even given time there will be a choice, or there will be choices available to you. And they'll say there is all these watu wote pengine wanafanana, lakini afadhali tujaribu huyu. That because that's the nature of our democracy. We will have to make a choice at a given time. And we will continue making the best that we can. When I mentioned the name Matiang'i, it is because I was also looking at where is it that perhaps we have seen some somebody performing when he was in power. Because at times, you may want to try somebody totally new, which has been done in other democracies, and it has worked. Or and other times, you may want to go with some bit of track record. And it is important to see. I like what Matiang'i said yesterday, and asking Kenyans not to give up and not to turn on against one another, because that is where it gets when frustrations get to this level. And I can tell you, when you now see Aseto, this is 22 billion youths, joblessness. 22 billion, meaning that this amount of money has gone to waste. It did not give us jobs. I think last week I saw a report again released by the government where they were saying that in this country we have, I think last year, we had 800,000 abortions. 800,000 abortions. And 79% of them were from married women.
Yes.
You don't look at them and start condemning anybody. You have to ask yourself, what has gone wrong in our society? And it is the frustration level, the fact that how can I look at another mouth to feed? Another person wants to be taken to school, who may fail, who may become ill, and I need to, that fear, that collapse system, we need to address it. These families, and this is why I'm saying we need to go to the next level, if you ask me. And I can tell you, we have engaged in this kind of discussion with others within Jubilee. Every single family in this country has a person who requires rehabilitation and a person who is looking for employment. Those are the two issues in this country. So even as we regroup and regroup and regroup, every single family in this country is facing a case of rehabilitation and unemployment. And if you cannot address that issue, if you cannot put anything on the table in terms of, one, a plan on how to deal with it, and two, we need to actualize it because it must be deliberate. And my thoughts on this, which again I've shared with a few people and they are saying it's a wonderful idea, and which I would want to share with Fred Matiang'i as part of what we would want to put on the table as Jubilee, is we have rehabilitation centers in this country. They have been left to be learned on, it's like a side issue. They must be brought to be part of the core business of government for a given number of years. We must pump money as a government, and it must become a national project into these rehabilitation centers. And we must be able to link those who graduate from the centers with some form of employment. Kama ni kazi mitaani, something that generates an income for them. And this must be a government program, deliberate one.
Do you really think that Fred Matiang'i is the one who's going to be able to come and take over and then make sure that these issues that you speak of, you've spoken about them before, Jeremiah, you've spoken about these issues that Kenyans focus is on right now. Do you really believe that Fred Matiang'i is the one who's going to be able to come and solve that and get Kenya on its path to the next level?
I believe so. And if there is another person Kenyans believe can do better, nothing, the doors are still open, wide open, so that we don't sit here and we are crossing Dennis. Maybe he's seated there as he's looking at this and he says he can crack it. Or he has somebody whom he thinks he can crack it. But remember also, as a country, we need to ensure that it will be good to get a person who will garner upwards of 67%, 70% next general election. Why? You need a very big mandate, because a lot of radical things will need to be done. And you need time for you to turn things around. So you need a good mandate. A 51+1, which allows us or gets us bickering immediately after the elections, will not give you space, will not give you time. You are likely not to achieve anything. We can get worse. And that's why I keep really, even in my silent movement, in my prayer, hoping that this we can crack it. And I can tell you, if we don't bring in the issue of personal preservation to the table, and the issues of our own personal desires, greed, we start lulling around the individual that Kenyans are talking about, Sisi wote. Not because he is the perfect person, but because then it becomes a point where
he's a better option. And that's the thing, Jeremiah, that we are in this at least position in Kenya whereby, you know what, a road was supposed to be tarmacked, but at least there's Maram. Education system is supposed to be good, but at least children have sat an exam and they have finished. We are supposed to have a health system whereby you walk into hospital and you will be treated and not have to pay a cent, but at least some people are getting it. Then we say, okay, for somebody to then get into a position of leadership, they may not be the perfect person. Under their watch, certain things happened when they were CS, but at least he's a better option than what we have. Do you see where I'm going? And that is what Kenyans are saying to you. Why do we have to deal with an at least mentality for everything? From how your children are educated, to how your infrastructure looks like, to what your health system looks like, to what your food security looks like, until what your leadership looks like. Why does it have to be that way, Jeremiah?
I really want, I keep saying that when we are in a position that we are in, you try and get the best. You try and get the best. And it is not going to be easy. Because the people who keep nudging us on, even when we are dealing with that issue of at least, are still the Kenyans. The people who need to make the decision of who is it that you want are still the Kenyans who will still make a decision of those at least. So it is not an issue that you can, it's not a decision that you leave with the leaders. The people who get leaders into positions are the Kenyans. And the most difficult thing that I've found is to try and get Kenyans out of their comfort zone. Unaona hii kitu tunasema Kenya hii, unasikiza ground. Kenyans are very happy and they actually tell you sikiza ground. And every time you go with that slogan of Skiza Ground, you have abandoned leadership.
Okay, let's take a break at this point, Jeremiah, and then we'll come back and look at the question of, do Kenyans want Fred Matiang'i or do Kenyans not want William Ruto? It's a vital one. And let's look at it when we come back from this break. Looking at these political alliances that are forming, Jeremiah Kioni, SG of the Jubilee Party, is here as our guest at 25 minutes to 9 o'clock. We'll be back after this.
Moringaschool.com. Hapo ndio future tech iko boss.
Kenya's top software engineers, data analysts, cybersecurity pros, and UI UX design ninjas wanatoka Moringa.
Hey, na unasema hauna degree? No stress. Whether you are looking to upskill, stuck in a boring job, ama you are starting from zero, Moringa's got your back, man.
Visit moringaschool.com, where anyone can create their future.
The weather with SpiceFM.
17 degrees and cloudy conditions in Nairobi this morning. It is 16 and sunny in Nakuru with cloudy conditions at 17 in Nyeri. Eldoret at 16 is cloudy, while Mombasa is cloudy at 26. It's cloudy at 27 in Malindi, 21 and cloudy into Kisumu, where it's cloudy at 20 in Kakamega, cloudy at 20 into Kampala, while sunny at 25 in Dar es Salaam. It's sunny at 10 degrees in Johannesburg, while at 29 it's cloudy in Mogadishu and sunny at 16 in Addis Ababa. Mostly sunny at 26 in Lagos, with light rain continuing in Kinshasa at 23.
Spice up your life. Traffic.
It's a very busy Monday morning in the city today. If we're looking just into Nairobi, we're looking onto Mombasa Road and then heading out past, just past the Next Gen Mall Junction, and outbound traffic is crazy, bumper to bumper, all the way through towards the Nyayo Stadium roundabout. That looks like it's going to take some time, and then out onto Uhuru Highway. So that is busy. Eastern Bypass heading out towards the Cabanas Interchange, also busy. There's traffic on North Airport Road. It's coming in and outbound from Outer Ring, and also on the Thika Superhighway. That hasn't really let up, and traffic that was coming in on the Northern Bypass trying to find a way out from Limuru Road is also still very busy. Lower Kabete to Spring Valley is busy as well. If we're looking at Waiyaki Way and traffic coming off of James Gishuru out towards the city, that's doing a whole other thing out here. Okay, heavy on Waiyaki Way out towards Westlands. We're going to keep an eye on all of this as we are still in traffic hour. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room. Secretary General of the Jubilee Party, Jeremiah Kioni, is here with us this morning, and we're looking at these issues of, political alliances and those that are being formed, strategic to help out Kenya or to sustain political expediency for certain individuals. So, with your support behind one Fred Matiang'i, Jeremiah, and what Kenyans are telling us, you're saying you're listening to the ground, and this is what the ground is saying, that this is the man that they want. Is it the man that they want, or do they want the current administration out? You know how we can say people vote for someone, or people vote out someone?
I think one is it is important to allow me to say it my way, because you are saying it your way and making it sound like it's my way.
That's why I've asked you the question.
The thing is this: I am saying that we, for the last, I think maybe now 7-8 years, we have gotten to the point of saying ninasikiza ground, and I think that is where we lost the election, because leaders like Kibaki, they never listened to the crowd. They led, and then the crowd gave approval to that kind of leadership. And I don't want to dwell on this issue. When I started talking about Matiang'i, there was no crowd talking about Matiang'i. I have talked about Matiang'i for 8 years. The crowd is now talking about Matiang'i. What I'm saying is that now that this leadership was given and the crowd is talking about it, it's in approval. If we now try something new, we will have let the Kenyans down more. That is the point I wanted to make. And I'm not saying that when Matiang'i or whoever it is that they will agree upon, I hope it is Matiang'i. I keep pitching for him because he's the one who has an interest in our party. And it is important to have a strong party for you to have to be able to deliver on any promise that you make. He then has to have the courage to lead. And some of the programs that he is going to take on are programs that are not going to be even popular with some leaders. It is Kenyans themselves who will decide who among us is out here to preserve his own, and who among us is perhaps capable to be a selfless leader. That is not an easy decision. And it's not a decision that we want to help in when you start helping in it, others put a tag on you because they now start attacking you. And it is a very difficult thing. So Kenyans themselves must make, and the good thing about now is that Kenyans have better access to information they can share out even historical facts about how we behaved at one point or another. So the decision that will be made 2027 will certainly be better than the decisions that have been made there before, because it is informed by people who are more literate, people who know what they want, people who can see what others are doing, how other countries are delivering, people who also understand the difficulties that we are in. And when you talk about borrowing, they will be able to say when is excessive borrowing, when borrowing is being wasted. We are dealing with a more informed, population. And when you have a more informed population, then you're also able to get better outcome from them. And as you say that, don't think they will ever forget about this blood parliament thing. However much you try to arrest journalists and the rest, these are things that are going to inform the next crop of readers who are going to come.
As we talk about blood parliament and Kenyans being informed, there's a lot that equally have been raised with regard to the person who's Matiang'i, because Matiang'i was the interior CS during the previous administration, and during that time is when Baby Pendo was killed. We have the Yala River murders that up to date have never been solved, and there is the issue of court orders being disrespected that people argue started with one Fred Matiang'i. These are questions that have been inherited by the current administration that is there. And there is the bigger issue that we equally have to address. You've talked about debt and the ceiling, what is a lot and what is not. But remember, one person who is behind Fred Matiang'i is one former president, Uhuru Kenyatta, in whose administration the matters of odious debt squarely lies with him. How will Kenyans today sit and say Fred Matiang'i is the solution as pushed by and supported by Jeremiah Kioni if matters to do with the odious debt at the time when he was the best performing cabinet secretary odious debt was a problem, and he championed that. How would you convince Kenyans that Matiang'i, according to you, is the best?
One is that issues like you have raised on interior and the other issues, I have said it before and I want to repeat, are issues that are best asked the person himself. I will not pretend to sit here and offer that defense.
Is it not making your job difficult in laying a case for Matiang'i?
I have done my bit. I have done my job. The rest is now for others to do it, including himself. And I would encourage you to look for him and do that interview so that he can be able to answer some of those questions. Because I'm sure he will not shy away. He will answer them. He is not one I have seen him shying from anything. And that's also what I admire about him. And I would be very happy if he is able to, if you get him to do that interview and give you those answers.
Is he
on the issue of the debt?
Okay, go ahead.
On
with
the
debt
issue of debt, yes, debts were borrowed, but unlike where we are today, it is always good to borrow and do something. The former we was head of civil service, Muthaura, Ambassador Muthaura, and also Kibaki. But it's Ambassador Muthaura who came to Parliament one day when we were also complaining about borrowing by Kibaki administration. That time it was, I think, 1.9 trillion shillings. And he and also Kenya, by the way, also took us through those lessons as members of Parliament. And he said, if you don't borrow, you don't grow. The evil is not in the borrowing. The evil is in how do you spend the money that you borrowed.
Yes, but even after seeing decisions that were made about money that was borrowed and then still went on and borrowed, that the further borrowing that took place under which Matiang'i was in government at that point in time, at some point we knew him as the super CS even, at that time borrowing took place for which there was not prudent spending. And
it will be good to work with specific figures.
And then further borrowing went when the debt ceiling was raised to almost 10.5 trillion shillings. There's a specific figure. When we heard reports from the Auditor General, for example, that absorption of these, that there was, and this report came out just last year from the Auditor General about monies that were spent or not spent just 7 years ago in terms of money that then came in from supposed development loans, that we can't see projects for which they went. Absorption is very clear that it did not happen, to the tune of billions of dollars, money that is being paid to the tune of 117 billion shillings. Next year is 130 billion shillings, I beg your pardon, because it's $1 billion. Next year, the year from next, 2027, and folks are asking questions, where did this money go? The Auditor General herself told us, there's specifics for you, Jeremiah.
Not for me.
$1 billion.
Not for me. You will still have to ask, but let me tell you.
Of 11 trillion shillings.
There is a difference between a ceiling and what is borrowed. The debt ceiling may be 12 trillion shillings
today?
But the amount of money that was borrowed under Jubilee government for a period of 10 years was about 6.9 trillion shillings. This took account of 1.9 trillion shillings that was taken over from Kibaki. That is over a period of 10 years. We are now at 12 trillion shillings.
The money that went...
Just a minute.
Kibaki's money was 1.9 trillion shillings.
Yes.
Uhuru's money was 8.7 trillion shillings.
Yes.
And now we went to 11 trillion shillings so far, right? The money that was borrowed by the Uhuru government...
Now we are at...
The money that was borrowed by the Uhuru government went from 1.9 when Kibaki left government to 8.7 trillion by the time Uhuru Kenyatta was leaving.
That's a period of how many years?
That's a period of 10 years.
Where are we
and
now?
it is understandable that that it was raised by 2.4 trillion shillings by the time President William Ruto came into government to the date that we speak now, which is a period of 2.5 years, raised by 2.4 trillion shillings. Understandable what you're saying. But remember, the same William Ruto was in the Uhuru government for the 10 years that this borrowing was taking place.
So have you bothered to ask William Ruto how the money was spent?
Oh, if we get him in the room, that would be great. We have the Auditor General. The Auditor General has told us, because she is the chief accounting officer for government, and she has told us very clearly that they have not been able to see projects worth this amount of money that was borrowed over time. A damning report. And she's to share another one because there's a current audit that's going on. In the month of June, they're to share another one in terms of where this money did or did not go. Because the indicators are already showing that they cannot see money or they cannot see projects for which that money was spent. And remember, Jeremiah, that lawfully Kenya can only borrow for development, number one, or number two, to fill in a short-term budget deficit a month to 30 days before a new budget comes into place. Those are the only 2 times Kenya can borrow. These are the things that we are saying. You ask for specifics.
Yes.
There they are.
Now, when you have all those facts with you, and the money was borrowed and not spent on a project, and we have a government report from the Auditor General, what action and who should take the action?
All the people who are involved in that process from the time the first shilling was borrowed.
No, that's not the question.
Who should take responsibility?
Who should take action so that we hold people responsible?
Parliament. The same people and the same people that we're saying
then
now.
When you
next government.
there's a bit. When you have outside Parliament, who else should take action? One, it's good that we have an Auditor General who is now has the courage to bring out those reports. Two, we have agencies that should then follow up and say who stole this money, because somebody must have stolen the money. Those agencies needs to have taken action on the thieves, so that there isn't a blanket condemnation of everybody. The constitution we did 2010 was very specific. It says every single person must be held responsible for the deeds or misdeeds that you do, not the office. And that's why, even if this is the president who gave you instruction, you are only supposed to act upon instructions that you received in writing, so that he can be held responsible. If we give you verbal instructions like weka lami kwa hii barabara without a written instruction, and we come out later and find out there was no proper procurement, we will still hold you accountable.
But Kioni,
so the issue here is leadership.
Kioni, that as it may, respond to each and every person carries their baggage. We agree that's what, but the buck stops with the president. And the president we're talking about at this time, I'm going back to retired President Uhuru Kenyatta. All these things happened during his tenure. When we talk about the $1 billion Eurobond that never came to the government coffers through the PFM Act, that was squarely under his leadership. And one would want to say the buck stops with him. He is the person who is behind Matiang'i's leadership in this country. How do we trust
He's not behind Matiang'i's. He's supporting him? You can keep saying that as is convenient for media houses to say that. But I can tell you this. This thing of the buck stops with the president, that is a political statement. It's political responsibility. We are looking at criminal responsibility. And if you want to bring changes into this country, you go to criminal responsibility.
Doesn't change start from the top, though?
Even if it starts from the top, stop learning from what I'm telling you. You can say that, like even Trump said last night, that the buck stops with me. But if there is a misdeed that was done, who is this who was responsible for that action?
The government of Kenya.
They need to take the government to court. Can you take a government to court?
Who's the leader of government?
You can't.
Who's the leader in that government?
The leader will be the president, but you cannot take the president to court. Dennis, I'm trying to educate you something here.
Okay, we agree.
And the thing is this, if you continue hiding under that cover, you will never improve this country. The reason why we amended, we removed the old constitution and gave ourselves a new one was to move away from that old thinking. Where you can now say, it is you, Dennis, we are suing. Otherwise, if we continue with this blanket talking, you will not get anywhere. The system is such that today, before monies are released from X to Y, somebody must sign. And our constitution laid responsibility of the holder of the pen. So what our agencies are not doing to us, and that's why we need somebody who can help them do, is to hold you responsible. The day people will see the bus and you are behind bus, it's when people start talking.
You know something?
I don't want to talk about this with any bad feeling. But when you see a senior person spending a month or 2, 3 behind bars, Kenyans start saying,
I agree. I agree thoroughly.
And that must be done often. What worries me about is the time it takes. It takes a little bit too long.
You know why it takes that time? Maybe because the thing is that a lot of the power that is vested in legislation is in the hands of Parliament. And it is this same Parliament that we're talking about today who makes these laws whereby some people are comfortable. That if we had a Parliament today who was ready to say that a CS, for example, who oversaw certain things, or a president who oversaw certain things, then also can be liable for answering to some of these issues, then you would be able to say, then it's possible that somebody who's powerful could be behind bars for 2 to 3 months.
It goes back to the same place we started.
Yes.
The choices you make. The choices we made 2022 or even 2017 ends up with a situation where we have institutional capture. I don't think there is any other better time in the history of this country where you can talk about institutional capture than this time round, where Parliament itself, members of Parliament are singing places all over. When that institution is captured in that nature, which is not the case in our Constitution. If we were to read the Constitution and implement it as it is provided, we will have an independent Constitution or an independent Parliament. And remember this. We were in the courts fighting for this Parliament and its independence just the other day until we got the court, a bench of 3 judges whom I have all respect for, clearly saying Kenyans intended to have a majority of members of Parliament in the minority. And that was Azimio. And the minority in government, that was UDA. And they defined it. And even ordered the speaker to ensure that that is the order that they follow on the House. What did our members of Parliament do? Even when power had been given to them, our own members of the opposition, even when that authority had been given to them, so that they can oversight what you are saying and call these people to book.
Okay, I have to ask you a question.
Just before you ask, I need to finish this.
Please finish it quick now.
They chose to ignore that and go to the comfort of being in government, joining the broad-based government. So some of these issues we are talking about, these mistakes, the institutions and the Constitution sets these institutions in the manner it has for purposes of dealing with the issues that you have just raised. And as long as these institutions are not doing what is expected, these are not things that we are not going to talk about for the last time now.
Of course.
Even if we get the government of Matiang'i and these institutions don't do it,
or it will still be the same thing.
That age.
So based on that, and that's the
if
question
we don't get them do it, we not. If we had the poor working, for example, the kids who are killed in Parliament would not have been killed by police officers.
Well, that's very true, but you know,
because
also,
they will be fearing.
But you set up an authority that's supposed to deal with certain issues, but then you make sure that you do not give it the resources that it requires to actually get its job done.
Who does
so the
that?
likelihood of them actually doing their job reduces, and we see that same thing happening. Whether you talk about the Auditor General, she at the current moment doesn't have the powers beyond recommendation.
Who took away the powers?
And the same office,
who took away the powers?
They were never given to her in the first place.
No.
The way in which the Auditor General's office is constituted, she is the chief accounting officer for government. At this point, her job is to make sure that she looks through the spending behavior of government and she makes queries. She can make a query and that's where it stops. Today, there's a bill in Parliament to see that power is expanded to make sure that she can then go beyond just raising a query and then making recommendations on what she has seen. Currently, she does not have that power.
Now, let me tell you, before even what she is doing, before she was able to even do what you are now commending for her for, look at the old Constitution. She could not even raise an issue that the Parliament would have taken over. Parliament was doing that work on their behalf. And that is how we are ending up with us auditing 10 years old accounts of people who have died. So you have nobody to hold account.
Okay.
So where we have come from is not where you are talking about. Are we where we should be? Not yet. But remember, there is something, I am happy to hear there is that bill. I'll tell you the other bill that is scary, and you can call her and ask her. You hear of the figures that she has unearthed. If the other agencies were to do their work, and it cannot be her office, by the way, the only thing she can do is withhold further payments to that agency. You cannot charge her.
To withhold would be to withhold would be Dr. Nyakango's office. That would be the control of budget.
Yes.
She would say, don't spend here anymore.
Yes.
But the one who would report would be Nancy Gathungu's office in terms of spending. To report on spending.
Yes, and she is.
She doesn't say spend or not. Nyakango's office says spend or not. The Auditor General, after the spend, is the one who does the reporting.
I think you're losing. She is the one who says the money was not spent on.
Absolutely.
Yes.
So
and when she says it was not spent, it is without doubt, Parliament would be able to say not spent by XYZ if Parliament was functioning. And I would be very keen to see what other powers she is being given by that act. My fear is that powers are being taken away from her. Because that has been the clamor, even when you were in Parliament. People are saying she has too much authority. The thing about what I thought I would be hearing from you, like a bill that is before her, is what protection is given to her after she retires. Because if you want the next Auditor General to be as bold as the one who left, you must protect this one
to allow them to continue to do so. Our seconds are coming to a close, Jeremiah. Literally, we're at seconds to go. What do you think draining the swamp means? That everybody who was involved in anything at any time when things went wrong should have no business in the next government. Do you agree?
Everybody who says drain the swamp will give his own definition.
It's 9 a.m. Jeremiah Kioni,
you can
Secretary
drain it.
General of
you
the
can
Jubilee
drain it
Party,
different ways.
Has been our guest this hour. Many things to continue considering, but we thank you for being in the hot seat this morning. Asante sana.
Nashukuru.
Till the next time, it's 9 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. Political communication consultant Barack Muluka has criticized President William Ruto's growing list of advisors, saying it's burdening taxpayers. Barack, who appeared on the ongoing Situation Room show, said most of the advisors are unnecessary.
These are junket appointments. They are people who are brought on board basically to serve their own appetites. You could ask yourself, who are they? Name any of these advisors and tell me why it's obligatory that they must be there. In which one portfolio?
Barack further alleged that President Ruto hardly listens to advice from members of his cabinet and went on to say that his administration is in shambles despite the increasing number of advisors. President Ruto, who has at least 15 advisors, recently appointed Professor Makau Mutua as his senior advisor for constitutional affairs. President William Ruto's working tour in Migori County enters day 2 today. On Sunday, he told an interdenominational church service in the county that he's committed to his political partnership agreement with ODM leader Raila Odinga, signed in March. Ruto plans to work with the ODM team as equal partners in his broad-based government.
Wanachama wa ODM wajue ya kwamba hii serikali ni yao, kama vile watu wa UDA hii serikali ni yao, na wale wengine hii serikali ni yao. Tumekubaliana jameni? In any case, si mimi ndio nilikuwa deputy party leader ya ODM? Alafu, si ndio? So, hakuna mahali tutapitana, tutashirikiana, tutakubaliana ya kwamba tutatembea pamoja kwa njia hii.
Water CS Eric Muga has reaffirmed the government's commitment to ensuring that Kenyans have access to clean water. Muga has told a local TV station that Kenya has recorded a slight improvement in the percentage of households using safely managed sanitation services, with 73% of them having access to clean water.
Nationally, because we have what we call the Water Services Regulatory Board, produces an annual report. By the year 2024 December, we were 73% on water connectivity. That is both urban and rural. On sanitation, basing on the fact that I've explained, it was not initially domiciled at the ministry. I think it came to the ministry 2017. Basic sanitation, we are at 93%. Basic means you have an access to a washroom. It is not about the status of the washroom.
4 filmmakers arrested last Friday in connection with the production of BBC's Blood Parliament documentary are expected to report to the Directorate of Criminal Investigations today to record statements. Nicholas Wambugu, Brian Adagala, Chris Wamai and Makdemvia Kariubu, who were arrested at their studio in Karen, Nairobi, were released on Saturday on free bond following public outcry. Their equipment is, however, still withheld. In the documentary, the BBC identified members of the security forces who shot dead anti-finance bill protesters at Parliament last June. A BBC spokesperson has since clarified that the 4 journalists were not involved in the production of the documentary. The Nationalist candidate George Simeon has won a resounding victory in the first round of the presidential election in Romania. Simeon came first with 40% of the vote and will go into the runoff later this month as the clear favourite. Nicusu Dan, the Liberal mayor of Bucharest, and Chris Antonescu, candidate of the governing coalition, are tied in second place with around 21%. 6 months ago, the presidential election in Romania ended in scandal and confusion. It was won by a radical outsider with mystical leanings, Kalin Georgescu, but that result was annulled over allegations of campaign fraud and Russian interference. That's the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
SpiceFM, Nairobi. Traffic.
All right, a quick look at what traffic looks like right about now as we get into a major part of the morning. It is still busy coming in from the Thika Superhighway. We'll see some of that right around Survey getting towards the Pangani Underpass. That's busy. Kiambu Road also still a little bit of that as you approach Muthaiga Square. And then as you come off of Limuru Road, coming past the Village Market out towards Muthaiga, still very busy. Lower Kabete towards Spring Valley. And what we see happening on Wayaki Way, still pretty busy as well. As you come in from Kabete, all of that still continues. Ngong Road in little bits and bobs at your certain junctions is busy. And as you come off of Mombasa Road, as you head towards Nyaya Stadium roundabout, traffic coming in from Langata Road, you're all going to meet on Uhuru Highway. So that continues for now. The Eastern Bypass still with some traffic as you get towards North Airport Road and then out towards the junction of Outer Ring. So we're going to keep an eye on all of this. We'll talk Spice FM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
Use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody is human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, stagi kuongea. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings
very good morning. At 8 minutes after 9 o'clock this morning, and looking at continuing with the Situation Room into the fourth hour of Kenya's biggest conversation this morning. Wherever you're tuned in around the country, the region, and indeed the world, this is Kenya's biggest conversation. Our live streams continue on YouTube, on Facebook, and on X. Did I say welcome to our audience on KTN? It was a while ago, but thank you for keeping it here with us as we continue discussing some of these important issues. We get into another one this hour, but I've got to remind you that Mother's Day is coming up and there's something that you can do for mums. How do you thank the woman who gave you everything, who cheers you on even when you failed, and who gives the best advice and somehow always knows when you need a snack or a hug? This Mother's Day, Woolworths wants to help you say thank you in the most thoughtful way. So 30% off women's knitwear and sleepwear available until the 11th of May. What do you need to do? You need to get down to any one of your Woolies and make it happen. If your mum's the type who loves classic style, cozy nights in, or both, you're in luck. Woolworths has handpicked pieces that feel as good as they look. Think soft textures, neutral tones, and that signature Woolies quality that she'll love for years to come. So whether you're shopping early or racing to find the perfect last-minute gift, just head to Woolies and pick out something she'll actually use, love, and maybe brag about to her friends. Because mums deserve nothing less than the best. Woolworths, the difference. And as we get into a conversation this hour, it's not going to be an easy one to have. It's going to be about situations that we remember. It's going to be about tough conversations that we need to have. And it's going to be about looking a little bit into the past, about things that happened, but things that are front and center on certain conversations. Last week, there was an expose that was done about, the loss of life that happened during the protests in June 2024. And as we come into that conversation, our last conversation for this hour is right around blood parliament and the pain of the victims. Jacinta Onyango is the mother of Kennedy Onyango. Kennedy was shot dead during the anti-finance bill demos in 2024. We're also going to be talking with Sevelina Mwihaki, who is the former street urchin fighting for the rights of street families. Joining Jacinta Onyango this morning is her husband, and his name is Michael Odiero, who is also a father to Kevin. We want to welcome all three of you to the Situation Room this morning. Karibuni sana.
Asante.
Good morning.
Good morning.
We're going to welcome you to today's show, first of all, and we'd like you to take a load off, for example, and just share what your interpretation is of a proverb that we normally share. Dennis is going to give us that proverb, and I would like each and every one of you to tell us what you think it means. Is that okay? Let's start off with that.
So our proverb today comes from the country of Tunisia, whose capital is Tunis. Now, a lot of things about Tunisia that we are being told about is its architecture is really amazing because it dates back to the 18th century. But aside from that, it's their souk. Their souk is the market, and their market has talk about the jewelry, the metalworks from that country, talk about their fashion, really, really beautiful. And it is an Arab-speaking nation and has a population of 11.8 million people and some change. And the proverb today says, he who sleeps with frogs becomes a croaker. He who sleeps with frogs becomes a croaker. How would you interpret that?
Asante sana.
Asante Onyango.
Nasaongea Kiswahili.
Yes, sawa.
Asanteni. Kwa majina naitwa Jacinta Onyango. Mama yake Kennedy Onyango.
Kabla uande kwa hiyo story Onyango, nataka uniambie vile unasikia hiyo inamaanisha nini?
Mwenye anakana.
It's okay.
It's okay.
We just go on. It's okay. We just hold on to that for now. Maybe we can hear from you, Kevin, and Selvina first. Okay.
Asante.
Kevin.
Michael.
Michael, sorry.
Yes, Michael, sorry. Yeah.
What do you think about that proverb?
Okay. The proverb, with me, I think it is like something that is happening in our country, where the political class don't see us as human beings. Yeah.
Okay.
What about you, Salvina?
You said the one who?
He who sleeps with frogs becomes a croaker.
The way I understand it is that there's something called the foundation of something. So if that proverb says that if you deal with a certain, if you sleep with that frog, you'll definitely produce what comes out from that frog.
Indeed.
Yes.
For sure. Well, like I said when we were starting this conversation, it was not going to be an easy one to have, but we're going to have it all the same because it is important for us to bring out some of these issues and to keep them front and center. So, Jacinta, tutaanza na wewe.
Asante.
2024 kijana Kelvin Kennedy, alikuwa hapo parliament. Ni nini ilifanyika?
Kennedy hakuwa parliament yeye. Alikuwa ameendea kitabu yake Ongatarongai. Sisi tunaishi Ongatarongai. Alikuwa ameendea kitabu yake, walikuwa wamebreak shule on Friday. Wakapewa kitabu yeye na document yake. So mwingine anasoma, mwingine atakujia baadaye. So walielewana na document yake, yeye aende naye asome ndio achukue baadaye. Hiyo nilikuwa siku yake ya kuendea kitabu. Alinisaidia kasi yenye ilifaa mpaka hiyo masaa ya jioni. Akaniambia akituacha tukipika, akasema naendea kitabu. Hiyo harakati ya kuendea kitabu kabla afike juu, hiyo risasi ilimpata karibu na hiyo gate car wash. Kuna car wash hapo, alafu gate iko mbele kidogo na ni mbali kidogo na pale maandamano ilikuwa. Hapo ndiye alipatana na hiyo risasi.
Ilikuwa risasi ya nani?
Maskari. Yeah, ilikuwa ya serikali.
Na walikuwa karibu na nyumba Ongatarongai.
Yeah, ni kama hata walikuwa juu ya buildings. Juu vile iliingia kwake ilikaa ni kama alikuwa juu. Ukiangalia pali mtoto alipigwa mwenyako juu ya building ndiye anaweza ingiza hiyo risasi vizuri.
Na maandamano ilikuwa inaendelea huko karibu na home hiyo siku, ama ni nini ilikuwa inafanyika wakati Kennedy alipigwa?
Maandamano ilikuwa inaendelea Ongatarongai. Walikuwa hapo mahali inaitwa Clean Self Supermarket. Ken alikuwa na huku na chini side za kwetu. So mimi nilistuka Ken amepigwa risasi. Na hata sikujua, mimi niliona kwa TikTok kuna mwalimu wetu wa church aliniuliza kuna mtoto nimeona ameuawa na watu wamemweka kwa TikTok, ama ni mtoto wako? Na baba alikuwa nyumbani. Baba kumbe aliona TikTok, akaniuliza kama watoto wote wako home. Nikamwambia wako, lakini Kennedy amekimbilia kitabu yake ili Monday akirudi Thursday, Monday akirudi shule kwa yamesoma. Hapo ndiye alipigwa risasi. Nikaona hiyo TikTok kama amebebwa. Kuna mali nimeona akiwa ameslide hivi na wamama wanapiga kelele, huyu mtoto hajadedi, huyu mtoto ni mdogo, mbebeni mpeleke OC. Nikaona msamaria mwema amembeba ako kwa mto bike akiwa naenda hivi, nikaangalia kichwa, nikaona ni mtoto wangu.
Kennedy alikuwa na miaka ngapi?
12. Nikamwona ni mtoto wangu. Kukimbia kabla nifike OC, nikapata mama mwingine anasema mtoto mdogo hivyo amewawa. Hapo ndio wamekosea, yule mtoto ni mdogo sana. Yule mtoto sidhani kama amefika hata miaka 10, juu ni miaka 12 ambaye ana mwili. Ni mwili kidogo sana. Nikamuuliza, sikuwa nimefika OC, nikamuuliza amevaa aje? Akanieleza, nikaona ni mtoto wangu. Nikasema mtoto wangu aliendea kitabu. Nini tena amepatana na hiyo ni risasi? Na pali ameendea kitabu, hata si pali maandamano iko. Haikuwa rahisi kwangu.
Michael. Yes. On that day, this is what you said. Kennedy was a calm boy and did not participate in the protest that claimed his life. On the day of the shooting, he had just come home from school and had gone out to borrow a book. Here is a question where reports have come that your son has been killed. Then police get in, autopsy has to be done and everything. But you're talking about a year later, engagement with police, answers that you seek. Where are you with that?
Okay, it has not been easy since that incident happened. Even when the postmortem was done, we were not happy with that process.
Why?
Because they done it without the family representative. Yes. So we have tried. We went to IPOA then after, but there is nothing positive. Yeah. Because when we engaged the IPOA, they called us. We went there. We talked to them. But what surprised us, that they were asking us to give evidence that Kennedy was shot by the police. Yeah.
Okay.
So up to this moment, there is nothing much has happened about this case of Kennedy.
When they said give evidence that he had been shot by the police, I mean, you had the evidence. It's tough to talk about, but this was after. Was this when they were asking you to give this evidence? Was it after he had already been buried? Or before Kennedy had been buried?
Before.
So he had not been buried yet when the evidence was being asked for?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Would it not have been clear from his body that he had been shot?
The evidence was there, but I don't understand why they said so. Yeah.
So what did you do after they asked you to show this evidence?
Nothing.
Why?
Because our hope was with them, but the way they frustrated us, it's very hard.
What about mama? Wale ambao waliona mtoto akishutiwa, witness accounts, walikuwa hapo, polisi wamefanya nini? Hiyo wakuchukua kama evidence?
Kitu yenye ilifanyika wakati mtoto alikufa hivi, keshoe tukaenda hapo mochari, watu walikuwa, hata James Orengo walikuwa, hata watu wa reporter walikuwa. Ukweli Kennedy Onyango aliuawa na risasi. Wakati wa kufanya postmortem, chenye walifanya wakutuambia tutafute mtu mwenye anaenda kukaa pale wakiwa wanafanya postmortem. Sisi tulienda, nikaulizwa ni huyu ndio Kennedy, nikasema ni yes. Kutoka hapo wakaanza postmortem. Baadaye wanakuja nje kutuuliza kama kuna mwenye anaenda. Nikachukua sister yangu kufika, akapata already ashaanza kupasuliwa. Akapasuliwa, sister yangu akashindwa, baba akaenda, baba akapata already wamesamaliza wanashona. Baadaye wakatuambia ilionekana ni risasi ukweli, lakini risasi haikupatikana ndani. Walisema risasi iliingia na ikatoka, lakini iliharibu sijui ni nini hapa ndio ilileta sasa hiyo, alafu damu ilimwagika sana. So wakati walisema hivyo, wengine wakasema hapana, ni risasi moja ama ni 8? Wakasema ni moja. Mimi nikasema chenye nataka kujua ni risasi, na wamepata ni risasi, sio kisu, sio kitu ingine. So nilijua ni risasi. So wakati walikuwa nataka evidence ni wakati tulienda kuandika statement. Already nilikuwa home. Kennedy Onyango mambo yake ilikuwa mingi, kila mtu aliona. So nilikuwa nafuatilia. Wakati walitisha mambo ya statement, nikatuma dada yangu. Wakasema akaandika statement, mimi pia nikapigiwa simu nikaongea. Wakasema wanataka evidence ama witness. Nikasema evidence ni ile postmortem report niko nayo, walisema ni risasi. Witness ni mtoto wangu yule amelala chini. Hakuna mtu hii Kenya hata wenye walimbeba wako, hata aliongea huyo mras aliongea, lakini haezi akatokelezea hivi aseme Haisi akatokelezea hivi aseme eti ni mimi nilimbeba juu Kenya, anaogopa.
Selvina, this is a story of Kennedy and the family that are speaking, but here we also talk in terms of the street families that we have in the country. And the street families that we have know the streets as their bedroom, as their homes. That is all that they do know. And when these demonstrations happen, when Kenyans are killed on these roads, some of them are actually shot in places where these street urchins spend their days every other day. And even them find themselves in these spaces where they are also shot and some even killed during these demonstrations. What's the plight of the street families in this country and their rights as Kenyans?
I'll begin by saying that, by first of all introducing my life, by my own life experience. I'm a Kenyan. That's the only thing I know. The only thing I know is that I am a Kenyan. My mother died in the labor room, giving birth to me. And so I wouldn't say I've been brought up by one particular person. I have been brought up by the nation. So I'm the child of the society. And at some point, life happens, and I found myself in the streets of Nairobi. So all the darkness that is in Nairobi city, I know it by experience, not by reading. I have lived in it. And so when such demonstrations happen and bodies are lying and there is chaos, there is gunshot, there is tear gas, there is all those sorts of manner, like what you saw in Blood Parliament documentary in CNN. I just wonder, does the nation know their children there? Okay, we are fighting for the rights of financial bill. It's all right, it's the right, but where did the nation, where did our sense of humanity, where did it go? Because we don't think about the children. We shoot, we kill, we do all kind of manner, we rape them in the streets, and then now we are grown. We are here. I'm a woman. What do I do with my life? Now I'm coming here to say that I'm speaking because there are children I left, and people are still being killed. So even if God has blessed me, I'm not here to speak for me. I'm not suffering. I'm okay. But I have wounds. There are children I left there. There are people we were sleeping in the streets. We would hide under I am a witness of children being raped in the streets watching. There is no security. There is nothing. And then when you look at the leadership, the leaders are fighting up there. So who will fight for the children that are down there?
I want you to paint a picture for me about, or for us really, when demonstrations like this happen, when there are protests in the streets that take over calm. I mean, we can go far back as 2007. What happens from a point of view of those families, those children who are living in the streets with what happens to them? What do you see?
This is what happens. You see the people that snatch you phones and they have daggers and they have everything in town? They are the product of such things. Because if as a street child you are growing, seeing those things in the streets, people being shot, people being killed, when you grow up, what do you expect those people to become in the society? Will they become a pastor? They will continue killing. This is why there is number of killing. And I have come here to ask a nation that this blood that is on the flag, what is its purpose? Why do we have blood in our flag? Is it there for us to shed? Because the foundation of leadership, the foundation of how we acquire president after president, from the first president to the last president, we must kill. We must kill to get power. We must kill to get a president. Why should we be born here to be killed?
These are the questions. So, even as we look at those deaths that took place, deaths in the city happened. And if we tie this to what Michael and Anyango tell us this morning, I want to go back and I want to insist on what happened after you were asking questions about, because I think, and if I'm wrong, please stop me. Munataka kujua nani aliua mtoto na wanafanya nini ndio wapate yo mtu, na wamefika wapi? Umeuliza hizo swali?
Okay, nimeuliza sana. Kwanza hiyo wakati mtoto alikufa, niliona rais akikataa Kennedy hajakufa. Niliona kwa TV. Baadaye akakubali kama amekufa atakuja kuniita. Nilikuwa nadhani anaweza chukua nafasi, akona hiyo authority ya kutafuta, ya kupata nani aliua mtoto mdogo kama huyu. Ya kwanza kukua maandamano. Ya pili age yake hata jui bei ya unga ni nini. Yeye anakula akipata kwa meza. Akikosa ni aisuru. Ya tatu wameua ndoto yake. Mtoto wangu alikuwa artist. So nilikuwa nadhani atachukua hatua ya kutafuta immediately vile alikubali kama amekufa atanitafuta. Mimi najua ya number 1 kunitafuta ni kuchukua hii hatua ni nani na nijue ni nani aliua mtoto wangu. Hiyo nilikuwa nadhani atafanya hivyo, hajafanya. Chenye imeniuma tena juzi hapa, nadhani kila mtu ameona MP mwenye aliwawa. Mpaka sasa hivi wasatafuta mwenye amemuua, tena wanaendelea na hiyo, na ni kama atapatikana. Hata tukiona hawatapatikana ni nani amemuua na ni risasi gani ilimpiga. Lakini yule hata ni baba mwenye ameacha familia yake, ndoto yake imefanyika, kila kitu. Kama ni mama yake alimwahidi atamjengea, already mama akona kila kitu. Lakini wangu 12 years ndoto yake wamemuua, hakuna kitu ameniacha na uchungu. Sana mimi kama mama, hakuna kitu imefanyika. Sasa nashangaa hii ni Kenya gani? Mtu mkubwa mwenye akona rank, mwenye akona kila kitu, mwenye ameacha familia yake, wajukuu wake, akiwawa the same risasi iliua mtoto wangu, ndio risasi imeua huyo. Pia mimi ni mama kama mama ya yule, lakini wamekimbilia haraka, wamefanya kila kitu inawezekana wapate ni nani, na hata ukisikia hata ukiona wanafuatilia kabisa. Tena saa hii inafanya saa hii hata wakosane. Lakini mtoto wangu ilifanya waungane, wakwae pamoja. Kifo ya mtoto wangu haikuwa shida kwao, lakini ya yule imekuwa shida kwao, mpaka wanafanya wakosane.
Jacinta, wabunge juzi wakiwa bungeni wamezungumza sana, especially after Blood Parliament was aired. And I'll just quote one who said that people die, watu wanakufa kila siku, and we move on. As a mother, your child was killed. Have you moved on?
Sija move on. Nasikia vibaya. Siwezi nikasonga. Kwanza chenye inaniuma, unajua mimi kwangu story yangu ni tofauti sana, kwa sababu huyo kijana ndiye alikuwa active. Nimebaki na wawili na wako na sickle cell. Nabambana na hiyo ugonjwa. So wakati alikuwa hai nikibambana na hiyo ugonjwa, nategemea yeye atakuwa mkubwa, na alikuwa ananifurahisha akiniambia, "Mom, hata kama hawa ni wagonjwa, si ucheke tu, mimi nitakujengea, wataishi maisha mzuri, nitakufanyia hivi na hivi, nitakutoa hii hali huko." Lakini sasa naumia, siwezi nika move on. Alafu naendelea kuona mali pake imefunikwa na hakuna mwenye anaongelelea. Siwezi.
We're going to go to a break in just a minute, but before we do, Michael, what would you want to happen? I can see the tears in your eyes, Michael. It still continues to be painful. What do you need to happen now?
I just want justice for Kennedy. The police who killed Kennedy.
Unaweza ongea Kiswahili ukitaka.
Should be arrested. Tujue ni nani, tupate haki ya Kennedy.
Let's take a break. At 28 minutes to 10 o'clock, we're talking this morning with the parents of Kennedy, Jacinta and Michael. We're also talking with Selvina, and we're looking at issues that folks have to deal with when it comes to this is the real stuff. When we talk about people dying in the street, when we talk about a leadership that should care, these are the questions that we ask, and we're asking them this morning. We'll continue with this conversation when we come back from this break. It's 28 minutes to 10. Don't go away.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Have you heard about moringaschool.com?
Moringaschool.com. Hapo ndio future tech iko boss.
Kenya's top software engineers, data analysts, cybersecurity pros and UI UX design ninjas wanatoka Moringa.
Na unasema hauna degree? No stress. Whether you are looking to upskill, stuck in a boring job, ama you are starting from zero, Moringa's got your back, man.
Visit moringaschool.com, where anyone can create their future.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
At 27 minutes to 10 o'clock this morning, our guests are Michael Onyango, Jacinta Anyango, and Sevelina, who have joined us this morning. And we look at certain issues that when we did see the documentary that came out about After Blood Parliament, I made the same mistake as well, that we look at these issues and we say that they were compounded to the streets. But the streets are a symbol of the streets around Parliament are a symbol of the things that were happening in other parts of the country where Mandamano was taking place. Because it was not just there. There were many parts of the country where people were standing up and they were talking. And that they were saying this is what they wanted. But here we see a boy who got the bullet and had nothing to do with any of this. But it was one of the after effects of the things that we see today. When you didn't get wakati watu wa IPOA walikwambia Michael ulete evidence, ukasema ulikuwa umechoka na vile walikujibu, alafu ukaamua tu kuzika mtoto wako uendelea na maisha. Lakini nimeona vizuri sana haujaendelea na ni kama kuna kitu bado unataka ifanyike. But ni kama saa hii kila mtu amenyamaza. Mama amesema saa hii that hawakushughulikia, but lakini tunaona vitu zingine zinashughulikiwa. Unasikiaje ukiona vitu kama hizi?
Nasikia vibaya sana, kwa sababu ukiangalia hii maneno vile ilifanyika, na kulingana na vile hawa wabunge waliongea juzi after hiyo blood parliament, waliongea ni kama wao ndio binadamu au wengine walikufa ni wanyama tu, ama walikuwa wanaona wao ndio watoto. Hawa wetu hawakuwa watoto. Juu kama mtu mkubwa hivyo anaweza sema ati watu wanakufa kila siku na maisha inaendelea, ile kidonda haiwezi pona tukisikia hizo maneno wanatamka. Tuko na uchungu sana, na ni kama raia tunakanyagewa kabisa chini. Wakubwa hawataki akitendeke kwa raia, wanaona tu ni kitu simple, ni kitu haina maana, watu walisawawa, maisha inaendelea. Lakini hata wao wako na watoto. Kama ingekuwa mtoto ya mmoja wao, huyo mtu angetafutwa mpaka wapi? Vile tu sasa tunaona vile wanashughulikia hiyo mambo ya huyo mbunge aliwawa, mpaka imeleta shida kati yao watu wa UDA na watu wa ODM. Niliona juzi shida imetokea, wanataka kujua nani alifanya hiyo kitendo na ni kwa nini. Kama wangekuwa wanaweza fanya hivyo hata kwa watu wenye walipata shida kwa hiyo maandamano, tunaweza sema haki imetendeka na tuendelee na maisha yetu. Lakini kama wanaongea mbaya kuhusu hiyo maneno, tunaona tu ni kama hatuna inchi. Inchi ni ya wenyewe. Sisi tuko tu hapo, lakini Mungu.
Sabrina.
Yes.
Every other time there is a conversation about when people go to the streets and demonstrations are happening, streets have become a representation of struggle in the country. And demonstrations aside, there is a daily struggle that we continue to experience in these streets by the street urchins who live there, by the street families who live there. One would hope that perhaps the government would come up with a way of ensuring that those who live in the streets are dignified, that they are taken through rehabilitation, they are taken through a proper system so that they get out of the streets. But that does not seem to be happening. What would you say about the leadership that we have in this country with regard to its most vulnerable in the society?
Let me begin by saying that Kenya is the most noise-making nation in the world that doesn't birth change. We just make noise. We watch such a documentary as a nation, 3 million people, and then we just make noise. We come on live television like this, we just talk and talk. We go on social media, you write, you post, and then what? Then what, Kenya? Then what? For how long? When will it be that as a nation, as one accord, we say, you know what, Kenya, enough. And I have done my investigation. I have come to a conclusion that most of the people that kill our children are men. They are policemen, not police women. You know why? Because men, they don't give birth. I've not seen a man in the labor ward being told to push. So no man knows how to bring a life. So it is the women of the Republic of Kenya that are wailing to God. It is the women, it is our children that are being killed every day. And this is why you see such a documentary, a whole president will wake up and continue with his life as if everything is okay. The nation is sick. This Republic of Kenya, the nation is sick. I saw yesterday a commander-in-chief, a leader of a nation, the father of the nation, is addressing the nation anatupiwa kiatu. That's tell you the nation is messy. Because what does the president stand for? What is presidents? You know me, I'm a street kid. I know nothing. I just want to understand what is the purpose of Mr. President in my life. What is his purpose? Because we feel we are in a nation, but we are alone. So there is no even an institution government where a street child can just go and take a piece of pad. So we have to sleep with men all over there because periods are here. We have no mother, no father to turn. What is the purpose of a government? A government is there to take care of its people. That's the only reason we have a government. But I feel at this point, Kenya needs to be led by a woman. A woman that knows these are my children. Because when you look at all that look, it is men. Only men, only police officers. Because I don't get it how you stand and aim somebody's son with a gunshot. And then again, I just want the Republic of Kenya to make me understand the purpose of our flag. Why do we have our flag? Because if I am holding the flag of Kenya like this, and you shoot me and I am holding it, just because I have said this financial bill is not working for me, so why shoot me when I'm holding the flag? The nation have even dishonored the God of the nation. Because our national anthem says, "O God of all creation." And it is the flag that symbolizes the God of our nation. So after you kill, now this woman is wailing. Who has her son? Is it not God? So why would God bring us here, give us title as Kenyans for us to be killed by the government? It's enough. It's really enough. Let these leaders be told it's enough. But you know what? It is the foundation of the root from your first president, Mzee Jomo Kenyatta. How many Kenyans did you kill for him to be a president? How many Kenyans did people die for Mr. Moi to be president? It has been for Uhuru Kenyatta to be a president. We must kill. Why?
Why, Sylvina? Why do you think that's the case? Because here we are and the tears are falling. We know those who have been killed. We know those who till today, they don't know where their children are rather. That they've been taken. Their mothers indeed crying at the hands of agencies. And it's not just in protest, is it? That in other situations whereby the life of people have been taken, Brian Odhiambo is one of them, and we call their names this morning.
Yeah.
Brian Odhiambo is one of them, for whom now just a few days ago people have been arrested because of public outcry. Why is this the case, do you think?
You know
and
why?
What should Kenyans do? The way you cry about this must mean for something. It must stand for something.
You know why? It's because Kenya, you know what? It's our nation. We fight the fights of the dead.
What do you mean?
We fight the fights of Jomo Kenyatta. I'm only 30 years. I didn't find him here. So why would I continue fighting his fights? I didn't find Jaramogi Odinga. So why should I continue fighting this Jaluo Kikuyu? Why? I didn't find them. So Kenya has been fighting the fights of the dead. We are fighting the fights of Jaramogi Oginga, Jomo Kenyatta, President Moi. We are fighting the fights of the dead. And this is why this thing that is called Gen Z. Gen Z means young blood. And it is the blood the nation has been shedding. It is the one that is wailing. Because us that we are alive, the Kenyans that are breathing, we are the one that are left with the burden of the people that are living this nation without accomplishing their dreams, without accomplishing their purpose. Because I believe every person that is born in this nation, you are brought here by God to share something with Kenyans. That's why you are a journalist. That's why you are a doctor. That's why you are a nurse. That's why you are what? So that you can share with the nation what you came with it here. But now, there's no way an economy would thrive because that engineer, that doctor is dead. We killed them.
Mama Jacinta, Kennedy was based off the description imetupatia, alikuwa kijana mwenye alikuwa na maono. That has been taken away. But even as we talk about that, there is need for justice. There is need for you to get answers. As we see the tukiangalia venye wanasiasa wanapiga siasa, polisi wanaendelea kufanya vitu vyao. Wewe kama Mama Ken, unataka kuambia nini aipoa polisi na rais?
Asante. Mimi ya kwanza MP wangu ni mama Mili. Governor wangu ni mama Gladys Wanga. Women rep ni mama. Attorney General ni mama. Chief Justice ni mama. Baba hapo ni rais. Mimi yenye ningeomba ya kwanza, naomba sana na mtoto wangu apate haki yake. Au ni wa mama, naomba wanielewe na wavae kiatu yenye nimevaa saa hii. Wajifanye ni hao wenyewe, ingekuwa mtoto yao. Serikali alipromise kama ni huyu mama, ni Mama Kennedy huyu mwenye amekufa nitamuita. Hajaniita na amesahau kabisa. Na nimejaribu kumfikia hata anione tu akumbuke kama amesahau jenye alisema. Hajai niita. Naomba popote tu mwenye ananisikia ama mwenye ananiona, naomba mtoto wangu apate haki yake. Au wenye nimewataja naomba waniangalie tafadhali kama mama. Naumia. Ken alikuwa artist, alikuwa na ndoto yake. Alafu nilikuwa namtegemea sana juu nimebaki na wawili na wako na sickle cell. Napitia lingumu sana. Naomba serikali anisaidie. Ken apati yake juu hata tangu akufe haisi pumzika juu nalia kila siku. Hakuna siku sijaitoa machozi, nikitembea, nikikaa, nikilala, lazima nimkumbuke na nilie nikiangalia wengine wamelala, wengine wanaumwa. Naomba justice, naomba Ken apati yake. Naomba huyu mwenye alimuua wamtafute, angalau nimuone ni yeye aliua mtoto wangu. hata Ben Suda ni women rep, yeye ni mama na ni women rep yangu. Yani mimi pali nimetoka Homa Bay County, wote ni wa mama. Tafadhali naomba waniangalie. Mtoto wangu alikuwa na umri kidogo sana, 12 years. Yani hakuenda hata maandamano. Hiyo kitu inaniuma. Naomba tu justice. Angalau mtoto wangu apumzike na hata mimi nipumzike. Naomba sana.
Michael, unaona kama kuna watu wengine kama wewe wanapitia njia pia?
Ni watu wengi wanapitia hii maisha yenye tunapitia. Juu hao watu wote walipoteza familia. Vile tu umesema, kuna wengine bado hata wajui watoto wako wapi. Na wenye walipata watoto wao wakitupwa huko wakazeka, wamejaribu kufuatilia, tukishirikiana na watu wa Haki Afrika, lakini bado hakuna kitu imefanyika.
So Valina, what does this say? We are in a place, I mean, it's obviously a very, very painful situation.
Yeah.
And these tears represent the tears of very, very many people who cried today. You know, like we said with Michael, for those who don't know where their children are, those who don't know where their loved ones are, they were taken. We don't know. We've not been able to connect so far. But today we are in a place where folks are talking about what they want for the country in terms of who will be voted for.
Yeah.
Are we misprioritized?
I have a question for the Republic of Kenya at large. Does really the nation knows what it wants? As a nation, as the nation of the Republic of Kenya, of it as whole, does the nation know what it wants? Because I'm here looking at the what 2027 is. You know, you can read the atmosphere, you can see. Okay, so are you still continuing to go the same route? Okay, these people, they have been in the government before I was born. They have been leaders before I was born. Where I live, personally, the road that I walk on, it has been a rough road since I was in class 4. I'm now 30 years. So since I was in class 4, who has been the president? So who was the president when I was in class 4? That road is still like that. The people in that village are always complaining for the government. So they have been electing the same people. Since I was in class 4. Now I'm 30 years. That road is still the same. So it means, as the nation, does the nation know what it wants? Is the nation ready for change? Because this thing it should be uprooted from the root. It's something it is in the root of the leadership of Kenya. It's not something that is here. It is from our forefathers. The killing of leaders, every person that arises and say, you know what, I believe I have something for the nation, you kill them. Saitoti, Tomboya, those people, all of them, you killed them. Have you ever gotten another Saitoti? Have you ever gotten another Dedan Kimathi? If now I've come here and I've said I want to be a leader in this nation, you kill me, will you get another woman like me, Kenya?
There is a lot of pain in the country.
There is a lot of pain in the nation, and that is why the nation will not be productive. It will not be productive because chaos are everywhere. I attended the deputy president meeting in Banana. I went there and I decided to serve as a security. I just wanted to see the leadership on the ground. And so deputy president come with the motorcade. They come, when they were coming in, they come systemically. We sing for them, we welcome the deputy president. They begin that meeting with a word of prayer. After that meeting, those motorcade, they left running on people. They stepped on a citizen on my presence. 3 police officers picked that citizen, threw him behind the bush. I'm thinking, this person has been stepped on by the government, by the motorcades of the deputy president. Why are you throwing him away? And then again, you began the meeting with a prayer. Whom did you pray to? So that you walking on human beings. Kenya, where is the God of our nation?
Michael.
The cry continues to be one thing, and Mama Jacinta said it very well, and she'll say it again in a bit. But dear Mr. President, these are the people. These are the Kenyans. These are the ones that you lead over today. These are the ones who are asking for things to happen. A mother is crying for just a short year ago, her son was killed, innocently going to look for a book for school. And there were riots, there were protests going on in the area against a bill that was going to essentially make Kenyans suffer a little bit more than they already were. And they protested against that. And Kennedy died on that day from a bullet that shouldn't have been shot. A man was crying about his 21-year-old son having been killed again at the hands of police just a few days ago, and we saw a man break down and shed tears because of this. Mr. President, Kenyans are crying. Too many Kenyans are crying. Too many tears are being shed. Too much pain in this country today. Dear Mr. President, if there's anything you should do, if there's one thing you should do, it is to end the pain. It is to make it a little bit easier every day for this woman who's lost her son, for that father who is crying, for that mother who cannot find her son, for that wife whose husband died and never came home, for the bodies who've gone unidentified in bodies of water, for those who've been cut up and put in bags. If there's anything that you can do, it is to relieve the pain of your citizens today. This is the picture of the Kenya that you lead. Dear Mr. President, the time to act is now. It was yesterday, but we can do now.
I mean, as we talk about the pain and healing the nation, there is a lot that goes into it. And part of it is just being empathetic and realizing that the citizenry are speaking in one way or the other. We sit in this studio today as listening to Kenyans speaking their heart out. I will talk about Mama Kennedy, Baba Kennedy, and Mwihaki here, pouring their heart out, needing that the government that serves them hears their pain. And this is not just the cry of the 3 individuals or the 5 individuals in the studio, but the cry of millions and millions of Kenyans who continue to ask the tough questions. And the tough questions, rightfully so, to the people who lead this country, because the opportunity has been given again by millions of Kenyans, donated responsibility, and all that it would take is for the government to hear the cry of its people and act accordingly. It is not enough that a year ago children of this country would die and nothing is done. Instead of the police giving evidence and prosecuting those who are in charge, it is the family that have lost their loved ones being asked to give evidence to prove that indeed their child was shot by the police. I mean, it's about time that we ask the tough questions. We demanded for answers, so that those seek these answers get them.
Jacinta, wewe unalia leo, but haulii juu ya Kennedy peke yake. Ni kama unalia kuhusu watu wengine ambaye sasa kuna wamama hawajui watoto wao wako wapi, hawajui watafanya nini. Machozi yako si ya Kennedy peke yako ama?
Ni ukweli. Kuna wamama hawajapata watoto wao hadi leo. Kuna hadi wamama watoto wao walipatikana Kware. Kuna wamama, yani hata siwezi nikae, mimi nalia juu ya mama wote. Wamama wale wamepoteza watoto wao. Uchungu ni ya mama, inaniuma. Sio Kennedy, sio Rex, sio nani, lakini nalia kuhusu watoto wote. Serikali atuangalie, tupate justice. Angalau tutalia juu ya gap imebaki, lakini tutaona Kenya, kumbe tuko Kenya na Kenya ni yetu.
Michael, we'll keep on talking about and calling their names, those who died, Kennedy being one of them. And it's because we call for justice to be served. The responsibility of each and every single individual, the government's supposed to secure them. And even as we continue to call for that, hatuwezi tukasema tunaelewa what you're going through, because wewe ndo unaelewa who Ken was to you. And as a country, as the leaders of this country are listening today, you've called for justice. But how soon and faster should that justice be delivered?
Sai tunaelekea 1 year, ni 11 months. Na vile niliona waliharakisha hii maneno ya huyu MP. Hata hii ya watu wenye waliwawa kwa maandamano inafaa ikuwe hivyo. Juu hii after 3 days watu wameshakamatwa, watu 4 si polisi. Lakini hii ya Wakenya wenye walikuwa wanapigania nchi yao ikuwe sawa, kila mtu akwe na usawa kwa nchi, ajisikie ako kwa nchi yao. Yeye sio refugee. Waliuawa hivyo, wakanyamanzia, hiyo story ikaisha. Wanaendelea kuua watu. Juzi uliona huko Barakoi watu wanapigwa risasi kama wanyama tu, na president amenyamanza tu. Yeye anaendelea tu na shughuli zake, ziara zake za kutembea. Ajali. Sasa sisi tunaomba tu kama wanaweza sikia, wahisi hiyo uchungu wazazi wote wanapitia kwa mkono ya serikali na mapolisi zao, watufanyie sisi wa Kenya haki haraka vile waliharakisha hii ya MP.
Definitely.
Yes.
Selvina, in a few short seconds as we come to the end of this conversation, there's a leadership that's asking to come in after this, trying to get others in, out. What do you think needs to happen? Some have said everybody needs to go, and let's start from the beginning.
I would first of all ask, where do police officers get order from? Because they must be ordered. They can't wake up and go and do such things in the streets. They receive orders. All right? So I believe in my heart, the most weakest department in this nation, the most ugliest and the most weakest department is the police officers. They are very weak. What makes a police officer powerful in Kenya is a gun, tear gas, and uniform and shooting. That one, you have made a police officer powerful. That's why the government of Mr. Ruto is the most weakest government in the whole world. This is a very weak government because the only thing a police officer can do is to shoot me. Like I said, I speak as like this because there are things I have experienced, I've seen. I have ever been, like I said, since I didn't know my mother or how I came to be, okay? So life became, as I grew up, the time that I became now, I am now becoming a mother.
Yeah.
I'm in that labor ward now. I'm the one who is being told to push, as my mother was being told to push. When I gave birth, I lost my mind. I said, oh my God, is this how we all come?
Right.
All right? And I lost my mind. And somewhere along the way, that baby, I lost it. I lost the baby. And it's a long story. I was arrested because of that same thing. When I found myself in the hands of the law, and I found myself in the Langata women prison gate, the women that we found ourselves there, they didn't have innerwears. They were raped in the cells by policemen.
There's something to say.
There's something to say about the policemen. The nation is policemen and the president, but the policemen of Kenya are here to serve members of parliament only, not the citizens. This is why they are busy collecting money and not collecting our lives.
There's something to be said for it. We come to the end of a painful hour of discussion, but we'd like to get your numbers. I mean, the support that could come from folks. Just share your number for us as we go, Mama, and also Michael. Share your number for us.
0711 672795.
0711 672795. That'll come to you as well. Thank you for being part of the Situation Room this morning. Savelina, your number as well?
0742
0742
523 086.
523 086. Just say that again for us.
0742 523 086.
Thank you very much for that. The question that comes to us even as we ask. Let's share your number as well, Michael.
Okay, mine is 0705 15 52 12. 0705 15 52 12.
Thank you. The question that comes into the minds: who will lead tomorrow? And the answer that comes at the end of this is choose wisely. Thank you for being part of Kenya's biggest conversation this morning. It is now 3 minutes past 10.
Spice up your life